Good morning, Council. Please be seated. Good morning. I'd like to welcome Anne Kerridge, a reader, who was previously chairman of Cornwall Council. So we had to jostle to see who sat where. And we'll do prayers for us today. Welcome, Anne.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, we give thanks for all those who serve in public life. We pray for our King, for the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and for all members of Parliament, and those who assist and advise them. We pray for all those who serve as councillors, and for those who work for Cornwall Council. Be present in all their deliberations and guide every exercise of political power. Inspire them to serve others, and may their decisions always be informed by compassion and wisdom. We acknowledge our own responsibility to pray for those who make decisions for us. May we all do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with you. We pray in the name of him who was always ready to serve, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you very much, Anne. Apologies for absence. I've been notified of the following apologies. Councillor Smith and the monitoring officer has agreed that the following members may join us remotely for medical reasons. As you'll appreciate, they're not able to vote, and that's Councillor Pauline Giles. In accordance with the Constitution, I'll now take declarations of interest from any member for any items on the agenda. Will members please indicate any item in which they have an interest and the nature of those interests. If you're aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-registerable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it whether or not you've already entered it in the register. Councillor Garrigan.
Thank you, Chair. I have a non-registerable interest in the aspects of the foundation living wage with regard to the budget.
Thank you. All right, Chairman's announcements. I'll start by confirming that I wish to be addressed as whatever you like, really, Chairman, I don't mind. Today is the 4th anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February. Though 4 years have passed, the impact of that day continues to be felt deeply by families, by communities, and by all who value freedom, dignity, and peace. I want to express our continued solidarity with the people of Ukraine and our deep appreciation for all who've opened their hearts, their homes, and their time to help their neighbours and rebuild their lives. I will be attending the Line of Light for Ukraine, a community gathering this weekend in Truro, along with the Council's resettlement service. It's about recognising the courage of Ukrainians both here and abroad, acknowledging the ongoing challenges they face and reaffirming our collective commitment to support them. Today is Alice Gunn's last meeting with us as Chief Operating Officer and Section 151 Officer. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for all your hard work on behalf of the Council and to wish you well for the future. Thank you, members. Sadly, we learned that former Cornwall Councillor Graham Code passed away last month. Graham was elected to Cornwall Council in May 2017 until 2021, and he represented the Hale South Division as an independent. So I'll now ask Councillor Mike Thomas, on behalf of the independent group, to pay tribute to Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Graham Code, 1955-2026. It is indeed a privilege to present a very brief eulogy to former Councillor Graham Code. I met and got to know Graham during his time as Town Mayor of Hale when I was Mayor of Helston back in 2014. Graham was elected to Hale Town Council in 2007 and served on it for 15 years. I recall him at a Hale civic ceremony boldly addressing the assembled chain gang members. Have you made plans to spend your community infrastructure levy? Many of us didn't in those days have a clue as to what he was on about, and he made it all sound so amusing. Together, we were part of the chain gang and would regularly chat at West Cornwall civic events. He was a joy to sit near, and to my delight, we both found ourselves elected as independent councillors to Cornwall Council in 2017, and we both served on West Sub-Area Planning Committee. Graham was literally a larger-than-life character. His resonating voice made him a formidable speaker in this chamber, and he would certainly command attention. He gave the impression that he had been a Cornwall Council member for decades. He was very confident in his conversations and speeches, and he was very well respected in the community of Hale. And this was not only due to his time as a local councillor and mayor, but because he had served 30 years with Devon and Cornwall Police, which included 2 postings in Hale. I'm grateful to Packet newspapers, to Kate Lockett, the reporter, for that data. He loved the place, competing with our late former leader, John Pollard, as to whom loved it more. He was a proud Cornishman and would be smiling to know that a Welshman was here singing his praises. Graham was an advocate for staff rights, having been involved with staff representation whilst in the police service. He was recognised as a keen advocate of Hale Council staff, and Ellie Giggle Hollis, Town Clerk to Hale Town Council, could not speak more highly of him when I recently spoke with her about this loss. He was a very supportive mayor, and I certainly recalled the positivity that council staff treated him with on my visits to Hale. It always struck me as such a happy working environment. As hopefully I have made you all aware, Graham had a real sense of humour, and he would make us all smile and laugh in group meetings with stories of his life lived to the full. Unfortunately, all that face-to-face fun came to a premature end in March 2020 when COVID restrictions kept us on to online meetings only. But even then, Graham was always one of the first to crack a Teams joke and make us laugh when things around us were pretty dire. Graham's funeral will be at Treswithian Downs Crematorium at 11 o'clock this coming Friday, followed by a reception at Hale Rugby Club. I'm sure that Graham would not like his former colleagues to mourn his passing in a sad way, but to raise a glass and celebrate his life. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas, and I shall be aware it doesn't stop there, because I'm sure, like all members, I was deeply shocked and saddened to hear of the passing of Councillor Kevin Dowell earlier this month. It feels especially poignant, as it was only last month that he was here with us in the chamber for full council. And I'll just mention that Kevin's mum, Diane, is here with us today, and I'm sorry to see you in the chamber on such a sad day, but I'm very glad to welcome you. On behalf of us all, I have conveyed our heartfelt sympathies and deepest condolences to Kevin's mum and to his family. This is a difficult time for them, and I hope they will take comfort in the respect and affection in which Kevin was held across the council. And as Kevin is a serving member, I'll now ask each group leader or their representatives to pay tribute. First, I invite Councillor Ashton of the Reform Group.
Thank you, Chairman. On behalf of our group, it is an honour to be able to provide this tribute to Councillor Tull, Kevin, today. Especially in the Chamber, this place where Kevin made many contributions over the years in the cause of local democracy. It is also an honour to bring this tribute because Kevin's mum is present here today with us. And Diana, please accept our deepest condolences. We mourn with you for the loss of your dear son, Kevin. He was a very special man and a friend to us all, and we will not forget him. Whilst we as Reformed councillors have not known Kevin for as long as many other members here today, and we've not been walking with him along the years as many of you have, we have nevertheless got to know Kevin in a different way. Joining the Reform group, Kevin suddenly became the most experienced councillor in our group. You see, he knew how things worked. He knew the processes, the procedures and the system of this council. He became the go-to person. He knew how things needed to be. He knew how things worked. And I have to say, he was very, very, very patient with us. He was always willing to guide us, always willing to answer stupid questions. And he often brought us down to earth when it was needed. From the moment that he decided to come across to Reform, he became the first Reform UK councillor in February 2025. And there's a lovely picture of Diana and Kevin meeting Nigel Farage. You'll remember that well. And we can look at that picture. It's a beautiful picture when he came to Cornwall. He was a history maker, therefore. Immediately as a group, we saw Kevin as a man who, despite his many physical challenges, was someone who held what I would describe as a high calling. A high calling to serve the residents of his division, Newquay Porth and Treferris. He contributed positively to this new group of prospective councillors with no experience, with patience and humility. After all, he'd been there before. He knew how things worked. He had fought local elections before, standing without success in 2009, 2013. He eventually became a Cornwall councillor in 2017 and again in 21. I'm sure that others will make mention of this in their tributes, including his service at Newquay Town Council. He fought the elections with us last year, and despite, again, his challenges of his illness, he won through with a significant majority and continued with his passion for serving the public as a new Reform Cornwall councillor. Kevin's passing was unexpected and a shock to us all. On the prior Sunday evening, we'd all been together discussing our issues, our programmes and plans, and Kevin, as always, was in attendance, offering his insights, which were always well received. He had the ability to listen, and then when needed, some reality and wisdom given to us. He had a knack of intervening just at the right time, and I know that many of you will have experienced this over the years. In our communication exchanges between councillors, comments were made about Kevin, and here are just a few. He was such a nice man. He was a gentleman. He had a wisdom about him. He was a man of strength and endurance. He cared passionately about his residents. He was humble but strong in his values. He was a great listener. In life, we come across people of significance, don't we? We meet people that stand for something. They emit a quiet passion. They show attractive characteristics. They press on even when the going gets tough. Kevin was one of these people. To achieve what he achieved in such a short life, despite his health challenges, was nothing short of remarkable. He was indeed a man of significance, an example to us all. Yes, he is someone who we will miss, but also someone who will always be with us to a great extent, a great example of how just to be. We were so glad that Kevin received support recently on a motion regarding jury trials. He cared about that issue. And a letter opposing the government's proposals was sent to a minister by our council leader. I know that he would have enjoyed that moment of support very, very much. Finally, just want to say, Kevin, we salute you.
Thank you very much. And now Councillor Mustoe for the Conservative Group. And can I just say quickly, if you're going to stand when you speak, make sure you're speaking to the microphone for the benefit of the webcast, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful to Councillor Ashton, who's spoken before me, paying tribute to Kevin, his life and his work. I will add my own thoughts and sincerest condolences to Kevin's mum, Diana, and all who knew him. When I heard from a friend of Kevin's passing, I was literally stuck for words. I have been processing this and Kevin's impact on my life and on this council for the past couple of weeks, and it hasn't gotten any easier. I was privileged to have known Kevin personally and professionally for many years. When I joined the local Conservative Party in 2012, Kevin was one of the younger members, only 4 years older than me. A great example for how a councillor should conduct themselves. He was an absolute stalwart councillor already for Newquay Town Council and became its youngest mayor around that time. Kevin was a really sound guy. By that, I mean that at all times, Kevin was professional, approachable, and ready with sensible and reasonable advice. Kevin was always there to help, whether that be with campaigning, advice on constitutional matters, assisting our then Member of Parliament. Kevin was a constant, reliable, positive presence for us all. In 2017, Kevin was elected to Cornwall Council, and he served there ever since, again conducting himself impeccably throughout, including memorably leading the successful campaign to retain a fire control centre for Cornwall, following which he received, and I think this is the only time I can recall this happening, a richly deserved round of applause from this place at the next council AGM. In writing this speech, I spoke to Linda Taylor, who was our group leader and then leader of this council for most of the time in which Kevin was a Conservative councillor. Linda said, Kevin Towell was the sort of councillor any leader would want in their group, loyal, steadfast, putting his residents and community first, an integral member of our group who was always there to help and advise, especially for our new intake of councillors in 2021. I appreciated and welcomed his constitutional knowledge and his role as group whip. The council chamber will be a poorer place without Kevin. My heartfelt sympathies go to Diana and his family. Kevin will always be remembered for being a really lovely man with courage and fortitude. Of course, in more recent years, Kevin suffered with some of the most challenging health problems I can recall anyone I know experiencing. Despite being incapacitated for what must have been approaching a year, Kevin maintained contact with his residents by email. He did his best to carry on through what must have been the most difficult of times for him, personally and professionally. I was always pleased to see Kevin when he was able to make it out, or virtually, and to encourage him in this fight against this terrible condition. Kevin was re-elected last year, and in my eyes seemed to be making progress with his health. I was only thinking just before I heard of his passing that Kevin appeared to need less supportive equipment when I last saw him in County Hall a few weeks ago, and how this must have been a good thing. Over the past year, Kevin was able to return to Cornwall Council and participate in a way that was more involved than many who did not share his struggles. Just last month, as Councillor Ashton said, he put in a motion on the council back in trial by jury that was passed with a strong majority. And when I last saw Kevin, he attended and participated fully in an overview and scrutiny committee meeting. Make no mistake about it, Kevin served his residents and Cornwall until the very end. A great councillor, both locally and at County Hall, but more importantly, a good friend. I will miss Kevin tremendously. Newquay and our Cornwall will be poorer without him. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Muster. Councillor Kenny now for the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, Chair. It's a privilege to speak in memory of Councillor Kevin Towell, but a very, very sad one. I first met Kevin some 20 years ago. He joined Newquay Town Council. My first impression was that he was very young. My second impression was that he was very tall. In those days, I knew his father better. He was one of those great residents who took an interest and turned up to every meeting and asked all sorts of awkward questions. He was a great guy. Kevin actually established himself as a power behind the scenes. Not for him, the showboating and posturing that could make our meetings great fun, but rather ineffective. He became deputy mayor within a couple of years, and then in 2012-13, he became Newquay's mayor. Our youngest mayor ever, then and now. And he was a fine mayor, and he looked absolutely great in the gear. And while our political views were miles apart, I don't think I ever heard him say anything that was which was aggressive or rude or nasty. And forgetting all the national nonsense, his priority was always Newquay and for the good of our town. Always ready to stop for a chat and a good gossip, even when we were actively campaigning against each other. He never lost his quiet sense of humour, and we even got him dancing on occasions. At least I think we did, but I'm sure we got him dancing. We all know about his illness and his incredible bravery and dignity in dealing with it. He remained an active councillor right to the end. I was delighted when he reached out to me for his motion on jury trials, not for any political reason, but just because he thought I would be interested, and I was. And it's a real regret that when the letter that he initiated, he never saw that one coming from the leader, but I'm sure he would have been very, very proud to see what he achieved. And I so regret that he got a public consultation literally going on the day of his death into road safety in Nansledden in Newquay. We're not sure that the proposals are absolutely right. And it's our loss that we haven't got Kevin here to actually talk them through, to really understand what he was trying to achieve. But he was incredibly popular locally, and he will achieve. I mean, our loss is nothing like the loss to Diana and her family. Our heart goes out to them, and there is nothing really we can say in consolation. There are a few councillors, not many, who reach right across the political spectrum and are respected by all who know them. And Kevin Towell was one of those.
Thank you. And now Councillor Clemens for the Independent Group.
Thank you, Chair. My take on Kevin is a very personal one. It was alluded to earlier by Councillor Mustow. You know, the first time you speak in this chamber as a new councillor can be very daunting. If the first time you speak happens to be as a member of the opposition going head-to-head with the cabinet, it's even more daunting. And believe you me, it's quite a scary place. It was the famous issue of the fire service and the retention of Tolvaden that got me on my feet that day. And after I'd said my piece in the chamber, I was in the long gallery just outside, just about to go home, and Kevin called to me. And I thought, here's where I get a ticking off for sticking the oar in and shooting my mouth off as usual. But it was a complete opposite. He wanted to hear my point of view, and I had a famous crystal ball that I used to taunt the leader of the fire service with, that I could see the future of the fire service and many other things. So he invited me to sit down with him and have a coffee and stare into the crystal ball, and he explained that he was the chair of NOSC and that was under his realm, the fire service. And we spoke, I suppose, for 15-20 minutes, and he then invited me to attend the NOSC meeting the following week because he felt that there was some traction in what I'd said in the chamber. And that led to the review of the fire service. And we were lucky at the time that we had a NOSC committee that were really, really up for it and good. We did so much. He was such a thoughtful person, always thinking of others. You know, I was in the opposition. I'd never met him before in my life. And after 15 minutes, I felt like I'd known him forever. I'm not going to say too much because others have said it all, but from a personal point of view, I think he's one of the finest councillors I've ever met, one of the nicest human beings, and somebody that I will miss immensely. This chamber, this county, and Newquay especially, are a poorer place without him. Rest easy, big man. God bless.
Thank you. And now Councillor O'Connor for the Cornish Independent Non-Aligned Group.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of our group, I just want to express what a shock this was, and we share that with every member in this place. I first met Kevin back in May at the Count, and have worked with him on a number of projects, including standing up for Cornwall taxi drivers, obviously a matter very close to Kevin's heart, and then being extremely honoured to be asked to support his motion in full council just last month on the right to trial by jury. I'll remember Kevin as being one of the first in council meetings to show up, to stand up and to speak up. Every word that I heard Kevin speak was said in the best interests of his residents in Newquay and Cornwall, and he always put his public duty first. Not once did I ever hear Kevin complain or criticise, although on many occasions he had every right to do so. To me, Kevin was the perfect example of a gentleman and was a model to us all as new Cornwall councillors of what a great Cornwall councillor is. I'm proud to have known Kevin, and Cornwall is certainly a lot poorer today without Kevin in it. Rest in peace, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Councillor Ewart for the Labour Group.
Thank you, Chair. So there's already been so many lovely things said about Kevin during this meeting, and all of them so very well deserved. I first met Kevin when I was elected in 2021, and while we had, as Councillor Kenny said, very different political beliefs, I always found him incredibly kind, incredibly respectful, and incredibly thoughtful. He was a true community councillor who worked hard for his residents in Newquay, and he took his county hall responsibilities incredibly seriously as well. Kevin's approach to different political groups was respectful and considered. We always found him willing to listen and to discuss, and even if we fundamentally disagreed on an issue, which we did often, it was done respectfully and kindly. When I learned of his passing, like so many others have said, I was absolutely shocked and saddened. After his previous illness, it was inspiring to watch him continue working and to continue his commitment to his hometown and to the county, and to watch his recovery seemingly improve at every meeting. Kevin was kind and fair and a genuine example to me of the well-known phrase that we have much more in common than that which divides us. This chamber and this council will be a much poorer place for his loss, and the thoughts and prayers of my group are with Kevin and Kevin's family and with his mum Diana, and it's lovely to see you here, so our thoughts go with you.
Thank you. And now Councillor Creek for the Green Group.
Thank you, Chair. So it was with profound sadness that I heard of the news of the passing of our friend and indeed colleague, Councillor Kevin Tow. On my group, and indeed on Newquay Town Council, I extend our deepest condolences and heartfelt sympathies to Kevin's mother, Diana, and his family, and of course all those that knew him. I, of course, came to know Kevin over the past 5 years on Newquay Town Council. While, of course, our politics were often worlds apart, I held him, and always will hold him, with the utmost respect. Kevin possessed a rare ability to debate with conviction and to land his remarks in the chamber with both strength and consideration. We would disagree passionately in the chamber of Newquay Town Council, but once we stepped outside of the chamber, It was as if any disagreements hadn't happened at all. And I always found that was one of the best redeeming features of Kevin. He served his community in Newquay with unwavering passion, dignity and respect. We're all, of course, aware of the tremendous challenges that Kevin faced in 2024, which saw him spend most of his time in hospital. There was a sense last month seeing him here at County Hall where he was characteristically active and leading the call on emotion that there was improvement in his health, a powerful reminder of his enduring commitment to public service, even in the face of personal adversity. Kevin's passing leaves a void in our council and indeed in Newquay as a community. He will be greatly missed, not only for his contributions, but for the principled and passionate man that he was. Rest in peace, Kevin.
Thank you. And now Councillor Cole for the Mebbing-Wicona.
Thank you for the opportunity to also say a few words on behalf of the MK Group. Like so many of us here today, I've known Kevin for many, many years. I can even think back when we were both fighting elections to dear old Restormel Borough Council. And we would certainly like to associate ourselves with the comments made by all the other groups and extend our sympathies to the family. Kevin was indeed a brave man. He was so very community-minded and did so much for his local area, a real advocate for Newquay. So much has been said here today. It is difficult to add that much, but I would say it's clear that the warmth of the tributes today totally transcend politics and actually demonstrate the respect to which Kevin was held. I sincerely hope that this gives some comfort to his mum and his family at this very sad and difficult time. Rest in peace, Kevin.
Thank you all for those moving and heartfelt tributes. And now I ask you to join me in a minute's silence for Graham and Kevin. Thank you all. And thank you very much for that. Move on to agenda item number 5, Leader's Announcements. Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Mittendag, good morning, everyone. I would like to highlight the upcoming Healthy Rivers and Seas Summit, which the Council is hosting on Friday here in the Chamber. It follows a motion brought to full Council in September by Councillor Gripper, calling for urgent action to tackle pollution in our rivers and seas. This is a vitally important issue, and I'm pleased that stakeholders and decision makers will be coming together to discuss the matter. As we all know, our rivers and seas are part of who we are. They shape our landscape, they support our economy, they underpin our tourism and fishing sectors, and they are central to our identity. We all care deeply about the issue, and rightly so. As I have previously stated, clean water is not negotiable, but only by working together can we enact meaningful change. This summit will bring together partner agencies, environmental organisations, regulators and community groups to focus on finding real, workable solutions. It is about working together and being honest about the challenges we face, because protecting Cornwall's natural environment is not optional, it is essential. This summit will be broadcast across Cornwall Council's social media channels so residents can watch along and also have their say. I'm also pleased to be reporting back on council updates on two motions that were referred to Cabinet. Firstly, the motion on support the housing revenue account on voids, which is seeking additional funding to reduce the number of voids. The housing revenue account business plan was approved by Cabinet in February. Well, it still is February, so I don't know why I said that. And is on the agenda today at item 8.2. We have agreed to reprofiling the funding so that additional funds of £2.3 million is available in year to support increased investment in voids, and we are committing £24 million of general fund capital over the next 4 years to invest more into voids and support the acceleration of stock decency measures to 4 years to achieve this. This HRA business plan represents substantial improvement with £40 million of additional investment over the next 4 years compared to last year's HRA business plan. Furthermore, the business plan is reviewed annually, and the next year will include the consideration of rent convergence. On the 28th of January, the government published its response to rent convergence, and it announced that housing providers with rents below formula rent will be able to apply £1 weekly rent increase from April 2027 and a £2 increase from 2028, in addition to the CPI plus 1% increase until convergence is reached. The second motion, safeguarding Cornwall Council's farm estate, a meeting with the proposer and seconder of the motion and other interested members and officers set out the programme of the Council Farms Inquiry and the purpose. The Cabinet member reminded members that the review was necessary to review 5 years of delivery of the existing strategy and that internal and external drivers have changed. The review was a necessary activity. The overall outcome was not predefined, but sale of the whole estate was not on the agenda. The Sustainable Growth in Place OSC will have an informal briefing on the outcome of the inquiry at their meeting on the 3rd of March this year, with a formal report going through the June scrutiny meeting. And I'm also delighted to share the news that 1 secondary and 22 of our Cornish primary schools and academies have received recognition from the Secretary of State for Education for achieving some of the strongest outcomes in the country for disadvantaged pupils in the 24-25 academic year. To put that in perspective, only 3,326 schools nationally received this commendation. This is the first time that the Department for Education has chosen to recognise achievement in this area. In letters sent to each school, the Secretary of State highlighted their strong practice and contribution to raising standards, reflecting the impact of exceptional leadership and sustained commitment shown by staff teams across these settings. The schools have also been encouraged to take active roles as system leaders, including participation in regional networks and professional communities. Importantly, this recognition supports the Council's wider ambitions to tackle child poverty, promote inclusion, and champion excellence across Cornwall schools. Above all, it stands as a powerful endorsement of the outstanding work taking place in those Cornish schools to improve outcomes for disadvantaged children. I would also like to place on record our thanks to Alice Gunn, further to the Chairman's comments earlier. Alice has served the people of Cornwall with great professionalism during one of the most difficult financial periods this authority has ever faced. Her advice and guidance has been invaluable. I wish you every best for the future, and I'm sorry about the trouble I caused you when I was in opposition. You will be sorely missed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Leader. Now, agenda item number 6, minutes of the meeting held on the 20th of January. I'll move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, the 20th of January 2026 are correctly recorded and that they be signed by the Chairman. Councillor Thomas, please will you second?
Happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you. The vote will now be opened. Please vote or against or abstain using the option of the microphone.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you. They're approved. Agenda item number 7, questions from the public. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that as agreed by Council, up to 30 minutes are given for questions from the public. I'll be asking the public to read out their questions. Where the member of the public is not present, my Vice Chair will read the question. At my discretion, a questioner who has put a question in person may ask one supplementary question without notice. to the member who replied to the original question. Any supplementary question that is put must arise directly out of the original question or reply. So today we have two questions, and I believe they're both here. So Mr. Strangel of Camborne, who is in the chamber. Welcome, Mr. Angle. We'd like to put your question, please.
Hello. It's Mr. Angel. My question is for Dan Rogerson. Councillors making the decision to charge for parking at Helston's Fairground car park enjoy free parking for themselves here at County Hall. If car park charges are a revenue opportunity, when will those same councillors start to pay for their parking here at County Hall? Why is your parking free?
Councillor Rogerson.
Miraz Kadaria. Thank you very much to Mr. Angel for his question and for coming here to answer it in person today, Chair. Public visitors, staff and members do not currently pay for parking here at Lees Kernow. The council is looking at ways that parking here can be used to provide extra capacity for Truro. Parking tariffs do generate revenue for the council, which is used to deliver investment in the car parks and more generally highways investment across Cornwall. However, income is not the only reason that a tariff might be introduced. Charging is also used to promote turnover of spaces and to prevent them being occupied by abandoned or little used vehicles. In the case of Fairground, it's been suggested that there is potential to more frequently regrade the surface, which is in desperate need of improvement. If Fairground were to remain free, this couldn't happen.
Thank you. Mr. Angel, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. There is no law that compels councils to provide free parking for its councillors. It is a choice. Plenty of councils charge their councillors. Swansea, St Albans, Anglesey, Isle of Wight, Monmouthshire, the list goes on. Every day, tens of thousands of council taxpayers in this county pay money that you have decided they should pay in order to park at a council car park so that they can go to work. Yet for councillors, you've chosen not to have that financial burden. The sustainable transport page on your website states, and I quote, "We want more people to use sustainable transport because it supports healthy lifestyles and helps reduce air pollution, road congestion and casualties."
Can we get to the question, please?
The free parking you enjoy does none of these things. It does the opposite. Will you align your words with action and introduce parking charges at County Hall for councillors, given there are no legal obstacles and it aligns with your own sustainable transport policy? People in this room should be able to say the truth and also hear the truth. Let me tell you, a man cannot become a woman. The universe decided that millions of years ago, millions of years ago, before any of you were born.
Mr. Angel, can we stop there?
No amount of obfuscation or evasion will ever change that. A man cannot.
Oh, Mr. Rogerson. Mr. Rogerson, Councillor Rogerson, we'd like to answer the parking section of that one, please.
A bit of a polemic, but what I will say is that I'm certainly this executive and I in this role have not ruled out parking charges in locations such as Lees Kernow. We hold those things under review. Obviously, it would apply to staff members of the public, as I say, who come here to access services as well. But that's something we hold under review, and we also are looking quite closely at what we can do here to make better use of the spaces we have here to support the city of Truro as well, given that spaces have been removed in recent years for two different reasons in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Rogerson. Question number 2 is from Mrs. Groves of Hale, who is in attendance. Welcome, Mrs. Groves. Please, could you put your question?
Thank you. My question is for Adam Painter on the budget. Cormac Contracting reported 650,000 net trading loss in 2025, a 160% increase on the previous year. Its cumulative deficit now stands at 2.2 million, underwritten by Cornwall Council at the taxpayer's risk.
Sorry, Mrs. Groves, you're not reading the question as it's set out on my papers. That's what you're supposed to do.
Mine's formula, so see, it's the same, underwritten debt by Cornwall Council.
Oh, please carry on.
Right. So its cumulative deficit now stands at 2.2 million, underwritten by Cornwall Council at the taxpayer's risk, raising serious questions about whether this unchecked tendering approach represents fair value for money.
Well, sorry, this is just not the question that you've submitted.
It is.
That's not what I've got in front of me.
Tendering process that exercises market dominance. Gross margin 35,000. Trajectory 3%, 2024.
Thank you. Back on track there. Councillor Painter.
Can I just finish my question?
Well, it's finished according to me here.
Put simply, when
it's
a dominant local authority...
sorry, Mrs. Groves. That's the question you submitted. It finished at numbers 2024. Councillor Painter, can you answer the question that you've got in front of you there, please?
Thank you, Mrs. Groves, for your question regarding the performance of Cormac Contracting Limited and its participation in council procurement. So Cormac Contracting Limited is a subsidiary of Corserve Limited, a council-owned company operating in a highly competitive commercial market. Cornwall Council conducts all its procurement activity in full compliance with its contractual procedure rules and the Procurement Act 2023. These require the Council to operate with fairness, transparency, integrity and proportionality throughout every procurement process and ensure that no bidder, whether a private company or an organisation owned by the Council, receives preferential treatment. All suppliers are subject to the same standards, evaluation criteria and compliance checks. Contract opportunities are published through the Supplying the South West Procurement Portal and, where required, advertised on the Find a Tender service. This ensures open competition and enables suppliers to participate on equal terms against pre-published specifications, evaluation weightings and commercial requirements designed to secure value for money and high-quality outcomes for residents. Where a council-owned company, such as Cormac, submits a bid, it does so under the same conditions as other bidders. Its submission is evaluated independently and objectively against the published criteria. The Council does not influence pricing, commercial decisions, or evaluate outcomes, safeguarding market integrity and ensuring that competition is not distorted. In appropriate circumstances, the Council may make use of indirect award routes, including call-offs from compliant framework agreements or direct awards permitted under procurement legislation. These routes are lawful, transparent and subject to robust governance, legal and audit assurance. They are used where they clearly deliver value for money for taxpayers, reduce procurement and mobilisation costs, ensure continuity of essential services and manage delivery risk, while maintaining fairness to the wider market. Value for money is not assessed on price alone. The Council is required to have regard to social value and wider economic benefits. Where Cormac is commissioned, this can include local employment, apprenticeships and skills development, environmental benefits, service resilience and the retention of spend within the Cornish economy, all of which will directly benefit residents. The reference to gross margin reflects the nature of the contracts undertaken and the market conditions at the time of bidding. In some cases, margins have been lower than anticipated due to external cost pressures and delivery risk crystallising during contract delivery. This is not uncommon in the sector and does not indicate predatory pricing or market dominance. The Council remains committed to a fair, open and competitive procurement environment. Private sector suppliers continue to win a significant portion of Council contracts, reflecting a diverse and competitive market. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Groves, do you have a supplementary question?
I do indeed, thank you. Put simply, when a dominant local authority company can bid at break even and suppress the market How can private firms compete while still paying taxes, wages and overheads? Rising budgets, mounting losses and RLA failing the taxpayers. It's time for Cornwall to introduce real competition to drive better value for money. Break even at gross profit margin is not fair competition in accordance with the CMA. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peth. Was there a question there?
Thank you, Chairman. I think I did answer those points within my answer, and I'm happy to supply a written response to the question, because all those points were covered under the contracting process that the Council follows to make sure that it is fair and it is making sure that private companies do have that ability to bid against our own companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move on to agenda item 8.1, Council Priorities Plan 2026-2030. I'll ask the leader to propose and Councillor Painter to second the recommendation set out in page 25 of your agenda pack. Once they've done that, if you'll raise your hand if you wish to speak or ask a question. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to present the Council Priorities Plan 26-30, which shows our commitment to deliver better outcomes for the people of Cornwall over the next 4 years. Both prior to and since our election in May last year, we've listened to residents and communities across Cornwall, and this plan sets out our 6 priorities reflecting what matters most to them. Our 6 priorities are strong, safe, vibrant communities with more decent and affordable homes, a clean, green Cornwall with healthy rivers and seas, a resilient economy creating good growth and jobs, a caring place for families where children can build a bright future, supporting people to live healthy and dignified lives, connected, safe and reliable roads and transport. And I'm aware that every time we do these priority sessions, the priorities are usually fairly straightforward, because I don't think anyone can disagree with those 6 priorities. I think that's what everyone wants for Cornwall. I think the importance is the things that sit below those priorities within this plan, the things like attempting to tackle child poverty, improving our council housing stock, those sorts of things that sit behind those priorities. So the plan before you today is a result of what residents have told us that are their priorities for Cornwall. It reflects what residents have told us through annual resident survey, the Right-On survey of children and young people. I'm also grateful to the Budget Development and Overview Scrutiny Committee, who have scrutinised the draft plan and made helpful recommendations which have been incorporated into the final version that we have before us. So we ran a survey between mid-November and mid-January, and a number of residents have responded, and they were very clear with their views. They want to see delivery, decisive action and real measurable results, not just discussion. And these themes of delivery, efficiency, transparency and community impact will therefore drive the implementation of the plan and will remain at the heart of everything that we do. We will also measure our progress against other councils through the new local outcomes framework published by government earlier this week, and our council priorities plan already including a number of the national metrics that are relevant to the challenges faced in Cornwall. We are the UK's 5th nation, and we will work hard to unlock the potential of our people, communities and resources. I believe this is our moment to lead and be courageous, to not simply react to change, but to shape it. This is our 4-year plan, and I and my cabinet are determined to take decisions that will genuinely improve the lives and livelihoods of our residents for the benefits of one and all. Kerno bis Viken. And I'm pretty sure that's the only time I've ever had a 30-second warning.
Thank you. And Councillor Painter.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to second.
Right. Anybody got any questions or want to say anything, please put your hands up. Councillor Webb, followed by Councillor Tarrant. Okay. Johnston. Okay, Councillor Webb, followed by Councillor Tarrant.
It's working. Thank you, Chair. So directly we will discuss the vote on the budget. I may speak briefly on that, but the budget and these 6 priorities cannot be separated, in my opinion. There are 2 sides of the same coin, pun intended. These priorities should not be seen as a wish list. They are what our residents expect from us and it is our duty to deliver them, all of them. But I want to focus on one: supporting people to live healthy and dignified lives. For people like me, and for thousands across Cornwall, whether disabled, living with mental health challenges, or simply having the privilege of growing old, so many rely on adult social care in one form or another. As someone who has had carers for over 30 years, I can tell you that dignity, independence, and the ability to simply live should never be seen as reserved for those who don't need help. These are fundamental human needs as well as rights. The 2% social care uplift we will vote on next is a lifeline. It is the difference between someone being left in bed and being part of their family's life, part of the community. It is the basis of a decent society. And I hope this chamber sends a clear message to every resident that these are our priorities and they should hold us to account if we fail. They are sensible, they are reachable with combined effort. And I support these priorities, and I know my residents will do too.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tarrant, followed by Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to point out on priorities where priority 2.16, a clean green Cornwall with healthy rivers and seas. Who can argue with that? That's great. But on the priority, we will use our own land and assets to deliver nature recovery and promote the development of renewable energies. There seems to be a contradiction. Could he please tell us why that rationale where the environment damaging solar, wind farms are not designated to brownfield sites instead and rooftops, instead of impacting on ecosystems, biodiversity and agriculture by situating them in greenfield sites? And will he commit to relooking and reviewing this damaging policy, please?
Thank you. Councillor Barker, followed by Councillor Donnithorne.
We welcome the plan, the intention, the priorities. You mentioned delivery. This is a key. I'm new to the council, obviously, 6 to 12 months, but how is the plan different in terms of your ability to deliver that in the next budgetary period? I just appreciate any comments and feedback on that.
Thank you. Councillor Donnithorne, followed by Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given that the overwhelming number of these priorities are pretty much identical to the priorities of the last Conservative administration, we're happy to support the administration on this vote.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, my question's following the budget. I misheard you. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you very much. I've got no more. Then we go back to the leader to comment on some of the points raised.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Webb. Completely agree with you. We have to work together to deliver a lot of this. Councillor Tarrant, thank you for your comments. Obviously, we disagree. I think renewable energy, wherever they may be, is much better than coal, oil, and all the other fossil fuels that are actually damaging our environment far more than some panels in a field. I completely agree on the point of why can we not put them more on houses and over car parks. We've done it here, and we are looking into do it on other car parks. I would love for us to do it more on housing properties as well, and when the legislation comes in, I will absolutely be welcoming it. Councillor Barker, so you're absolutely right. Delivery, it's not down on us to deliver every single thing in the world in Cornwall. That's not our job. But we can facilitate, we can partner to make sure that we deliver a lot of things. The things that we can control in the plan, we have these KPIs. So every bit you will see, it will say we will assess our progress against these indicators, and they will be the KPIs that we will measure our performance against over the period of the next 4 years. Councillor Donnithorne, thank you very much for your support. As I said, the priorities, the high-level priorities always stay the same, but this administration is tackling mental health, child poverty in a much stronger way than was previously done. However, I would say that's not your fault. All right, you would.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Leader. The vote will now be opened. Please vote for, against, or abstain using the options on the microphone base.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
Thank you very much, members. Agenda item 8.2, Housing Revenue Account Business Plan, Medium-Term Financial Budget and Rent Setting. I'll ask Councillor Lebroy to propose and the Deputy Leader to second the recommendation set out on page 79 of your agenda pack. Councillor Lebroy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to present Housing Revenue Account Business Plan for the coming year, a plan that sets out our ambitions against the backdrop of a rapidly changing regulatory environment. These changes rightly raise the bar on safety, quality and energy efficiency standards, and we fully support them because they're about one thing, which is keeping our residents safe, warm and secure in their homes. Meeting these standards is not optional, it's a legal and moral obligation, and while we welcome these changes, they come at a time when our ability to invest is constrained. Our rent levels remain amongst the lowest in the country, which is good for affordability, but it does limit the pace and scale at which we can invest. This is why this plan is so important. It demonstrates that despite the challenges, we are determined to act. The updated business plan commits an additional £40 million of investment over the next 4 years, delivering real, tangible improvements for the people of Cornwall. It goes far beyond previous plans and shows our absolute commitment to improving the homes we have today, whilst also building new homes for the future. I just want to highlight a couple of the points that are within all the information that you'll find in the agenda. Health and safety, we have a 10% uplift in provision of revenue to clear backlogs in electrical testing, to expand asbestos and Legionella checks, also to complete fire safety upgrades. Our repairs service, an extra 1.4 million to restore a normal repairs programme, ending the 9-month waiting list far ahead of target. Reducing empty homes, a 51% increase in funding to bring empty properties back into use quickly, reducing rent loss and improving housing availability. And that largely is in response to Councillor Ewett's motion to bring those voids back into use, for which I thank you for. Supporting disabled residents, a 37% increase in funding for adaptations, helping our residents to live independently. Energy efficiency, we're also tackling with additional investment to tackle fuel poverty and improve energy performance. Also maintaining the decent home standard, £18 million to ensure council homes meet and maintain the decent home standard. We're also obliged to tackle damp, mould and condensation, so we're accelerating investment to address the root causes. That, of course, will improve living conditions and reduce complaints. The overall impact will be clear: safer, warmer, more energy-efficient homes, faster repairs, fewer empty properties, and a better quality of life for our residents. The government has introduced a 10-year rent settlement allowing registered providers and social landlords to increase rents by CPI plus 1% annually. We have taken the decision to follow this guidance, which means we are proposing a rent increase of 4.8% for 26-27. This is a balanced approach, recognising the need to invest in homes whilst ensuring rent
30 seconds.
is affordable. I'm going to have to miss out some of my blurb, but what I do want to say, Chair, is that this indeed is a step change. We are demonstrating ambition to make sure that we're looking after the residents of Cornwall by the investment, and I want to underline again £40 million over the next 4 years to enable us to meet those standards. Would you like me to read out the recommendations as on page 79, or can we take it as read?
Time.
No. We'll take it as read. Councillor Painter, would you like to second?
Very happy to second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'd like to raise your hand if you wish to speak. You would. You catch that side, yeah? We've got everyone on that side. Got you. Thank you. Councillor German, followed by Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lebroy, for your introduction. We've just looked at the Council Priorities Plan and our values: fair, ambition, inclusion and respect. And I believe that this HRA business plan is living those values. Straightforward example from the priorities into the plan. The Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee reviewed the HRA business plan. Comments are outlined on pages 95 to 96. I just wanted to, I believe that those comments have been taken on board. I just wanted to highlight our concern around disposals of council houses, and know that in the plan and through the Cabinet member that alternative options to disposal are being looked at actively, and we look forward to seeing that work progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hewitt, followed by Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Chair. I very much welcome an awful lot of what we see in this report. I think no one wants to see rents on council properties go up, but we do have to fund our HRA somehow, and this is the way to do it. My question is specifically about garages and the rents going up on garages. Are we going to see, through that rent going up, investment being put into the structure of garages? I know we have discussed before about fabric of garages falling down, repairs not being done, no funds for repairs, and tenants of those garages still being charged full rents, which seems an incredibly unfair thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rogerson, followed by Councillor Blackman.
Mayor Scuderian, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Roy for bringing this forward. I think the division I represent has a great deal of properties that are managed by Cornwall Housing in areas where once upon a time the whole thing, the whole estates were built as council housing, and those environments are really important that we get it right for all the residents who live there. We shouldn't accept poor quality housing. We absolutely have a duty to make sure that we do much better, and the fact that this allows us to accelerate that trajectory to getting where we should do is something that we need to focus on, and so I'm very pleased to see this coming forward. In terms of the rents that will enable that, they'll still be lower than other social rents across Cornwall. So it's getting that balance right, but making sure that for my residents who are in properties that need repairs or need attention, that they will have much greater hope of getting that work done in a tighter timescale.
Thank you. Councillor Blackman, followed by Councillor McGowan.
Yeah, Councillor Lebroy, I appreciate all the challenges that you're facing, and as a property manager myself, I've faced all these problems and I've agonised over rent increases and trying to get a fair balance. I would like to know how much time do you intend to allocate, or how many days a week, to visiting where these works are being carried out, meeting the tenants, because I find that time spent on site is really well spent, and talking with people. So I'd like to know how you're planning to allocate your time to oversee the maintenance and upgrades.
Thank you. And then I've got Councillor McGowan and Councillor Long.
Thank you. Just a fairly quick question, really. If you can provide how many Cornwall housing tenants are supported through housing benefit, if you have that information to hand or could provide it at a later date.
Thank you. And then Councillor Long, followed by Councillor Mitchell.
Marassi Scuderia, thank you very much, Chair. Can I just ask, with the increase in rent that we're talking about, we need to see a corresponding increase in actually getting out to these properties and mending them and making them habitable. There are too many estates in Cornwall that have had historically low funding for maintenance, and we need to have a proactive approach so that we don't actually wait until the last possible minute before we do anything. I've had a situation in my division where we had a rat infestation in a property which hadn't been cleared of rubbish due to social care issues, but that led to the rat infestation spreading to numerous properties surrounding it, which were Cornwall Housing owned. They had numerous opportunities to be able to deal with that, but didn't have the facility to be able to get in there and sort it. So will there be a proactive approach, and will you be liaising with adult social care to ensure that properties that are high risk are also dealt with? Because We need to stop it happening at the start rather than waiting and spending more money at the end because we're having to repair things that have been damaged due to lack of care. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. I know firsthand how difficult it is to prioritise all the different things. We're talking about people's homes, we're talking about us being a landlord, we're talking about investment, and all of those things need to go together, and I think this HRR plan really sets us running in the right direction. It's not just money though. We've had issues at Cornwall Housing Limited for a number of years. 8 years ago, so when I was, well, 12 years ago, when I was housing portfolio holder, issues started to get highlighted. So besides providing the money, which we must do, I want, as I'm sure every member in this council chamber does, is for our housing stock to be the best in Cornwall and one of the best you'll find in the UK. But that also leads us, and I think it must go hand in hand. It may already be happening, I don't know, but we need to do a review of the management systems that have allowed some of the situations not meeting statutory regulations, just deterioration as a bad landlord of our own housing stock. And we need to root that out from Cornwall Housing Limited and make sure that we're not only providing the money for our tenants to be proud of their homes, but also that they are being managed efficiently. So I would ask the portfolio holder, is there any such review or investigation going on as well as providing what we need to as a landlord? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now go back to the proposer who has the right to reply and ask them to answer the questions that have been raised. Councillor Board. Sorry, Councillor Broy.
I'm slightly worried about that. I'm sure Councillor Laborde may be as well. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you everyone for the questions. They're all, of course, questions that have been on my mind and things that I've been working on with officers and talking with fellow cabinet members around the cabinet table over the last 7 or 8 months or so. So, Councillor German, you talked about disposals, and that was one of the first things that was on my mind when I came into the position, that we had a very blunt measure of if a house was going to cost more than £50,000 to repair, that we would dispose it. I asked council officers to have a look at that very quickly, very early on, and we're now applying a number of different measures to make sure that we're making sensible decisions. And we're talking about measures like looking at availability of other social housing, the housing need in the local area, the position and the cost of housing in that area, so that we are making a much more nuanced approach. We're also looking at opportunities not to just go for a straight disposal, to use other methods of keeping those homes within council stock. Right, but, and I have to say this, I'm afraid that sometimes homes are just inappropriate to retain within our stock. They're going to cost far too much to keep. And that is the point where we will dispose of them. But I personally pledge absolutely to take very, very seriously the loss of any home from our stock, but I reluctantly accept that it must be done. Councillor Ewart, you talked about garages. Are we upgrading them? The garages are a problem that I haven't really put my mind to addressing yet, I have to be honest. One of the things which I have thought about, and I've wondered in my mind out loud to myself and to council offices, is that could they provide some valuable sites for micro homes, which is certainly an interesting thing, which there has been some take-up of thought within the offices that I'm working with. I can't give you any immediate comfort. We haven't got a budget line that's going to upgrade the garages, but I'm not going to leave it too much longer before it comes upon my radar of very high interest. Councillor Rogerson, thank you. Rogerson, Dan, thank you. Yes, you remarked, and we are indeed amongst the lowest, if not the lowest rents, social rents in Cornwall. Councillor Blackman, you asked me about visits. I mean, I was out 3 days last week visiting properties. As far as I'm concerned, I always describe myself as the bloke that owns 8 different spirit levels. Right, I'm very much a hands-on person. I love my DIY, and there's nothing that interests me more in looking at properties, but also speaking to residents and actually understanding their experience of how they live in those properties. So I am very keen to be in front of people that are actually using our properties. Councillor McGowan, housing benefits, how many? I don't know. I'll have to give you a written answer on that, I'm afraid. Councillor Long, maintenance upgrades. We are looking to move much more towards active maintenance rather than just fix problems. This is a long-term inherited way of working. We've had vast backlogs and it's been far too long before we've been able to attend properties. And rather than just fix stuff, yeah, I want to get, and I'm pressing really hard to get back to the point where we're actually maintaining our properties as you would if you own that property privately. I bet you clean the gutters out on your home and I bet you paint it occasionally and make sure it's looked after. We need to be expecting nothing less of the way that we manage our own properties. Councillor Mitchell, and by the way, many happy returns of the day. I'm not sure I should say the number, but it ends in 0 and begins with 6, so well done. I too have an ambition that the Cornwall housing stock will be the best in Cornwall, but I have to be honest, we haven't been managing it historically as well as it should have been, and that as a result of years and years of maybe some political decisions, maybe some management decisions, but decisions that have added up to us being actually in a position that we need to improve vastly. I've looked very carefully at the management of CHL, and I believe they have improved a long way since you were in the seat, but I think they could still improve further, and I'm working as hard as I can and scrutinising them as hard as I can, and of course I attend their board meetings, and of course I'm playing every bit that I possibly can and making sure that they're a well-managed organisation. And believe me, that's not an easy thing, and it does mean some very difficult conversations, and I'm never going to shy away from those.
Thank you. Right now, the vote will now be open. Please vote for, against, abstain using the option on the base. If you're having any trouble with the vote coming up, take your card out and put it in again. It's amazing.
Couple more seconds, members. Vote closed.
And that's been passed. Is it only me that's having trouble getting a card? No? Oh, okay, good. Right, on to agenda item 8.3, Cornwall Council Comprehensive Spending Review, Budget Proposals. Our primary objective today is to set a balanced budget, and it's imperative that we do our utmost to ensure that we do. No alternative budgets were received, and in accordance with our procedural rules, amendments from the floor are not permitted on this item. When it comes to it, and in accordance with Local Authority Regulations 2014, the Council is required to have a recorded vote on the budget. You will vote as normal on your microphone basis, and your vote for, against, or abstain will be recorded in the minutes of today's meeting. I intend to conduct this agenda item as follows. I'll ask Councillor Painter to move and Councillor Frost to second the recommendations set out in pages 217 and 218 of the agenda pack. I've allowed Councillor Painter up to 10 minutes to present his recommendation and 5 minutes for Councillor Frost. I will then ask the other group leaders or nominated members of their group to make statements on the Cabinet budget. That's Councillors Ashton, Donnithorne, Ewart, O'Connor, Cole and Creek in that order. And I'm granting each group leader 5 minutes. And then I will provide the wider council with an opportunity to speak. I'm going to take them 3 at a time. I'll take you 3 at a time when we get to that stage. And then have Councillor Painter respond to each one. And at the end, we'll ask Councillor Painter to sum up. In terms of timing and lunch, I really would like to plough on and get this out of the way before lunch, but we'll see how we go at the end of the group leaders. So, if I can, I've gone ahead of myself now. Who was proposing this? Councillor Painter. Councillor Painter would like to propose.
Thank you, Chairman. And yes, members. This 3-year budget is a culmination of many months of hard work by all of us members and officers, and through consultation with residents and partners across Cornwall. It's a budget developed out in the open, stress-tested through scrutiny and shaped by the priorities of the people we've been elected to serve. And make no mistake, it's one of the most difficult budgets this council has had to set. Members will be aware that since Cabinet considered the draft budget back in December, the sands have somewhat shifted. and a new reality of our financial position has been confirmed in the government's final settlement. It was deeply disappointing and simply does not provide sufficient funding to meet the scale of the pressures that we face. It feels like the government's turned its back on rural areas in favour of shoring up political support in its urban heartlands. I also note that no alternative budgets are being considered today, but I don't say that as a criticism, but I do believe it reflects a shared understanding of the financial difficulties we all face. Every member in this chamber, regardless of our political groups, knows these challenges, but we must do all we can with the resources we have available to us. The budget is a result of months of detailed, serious work on our first Cornish comprehensive spending review to navigate those constraints responsibly for the good of our residents. It's important to note that the settlement provides the limits in which we must operate, but it does nothing to remove the underlying pressures we face. Demand continues to increase, particularly in adult social care and children's services. Costs continue to rise, and the gap between what we have and what we need remains significant. Members will have seen the government's recent announcement on SEND funding, which were not insignificant, particularly in relation to historic SEND budget deficits. Whilst we welcome that commitment, the details are still emerging and it will take time to understand the full implications for Cornwall. This budget has been prepared on a prudent and realistic basis. It ensures that we can meet our statutory responsibilities whilst protecting essential frontline services, and it provides investment in areas that matter most. It includes significant investment in children's services, providing support for families and improving outcomes for children and young people. It includes continued investment in adult social care to help people live independently and with greater dignity. It supports our housing and infrastructure needs and lays the economic foundation Cornwall needs for the future. At the same time, this budget is measured and mindful of the financial realities we face, and it includes the savings required to maintain a balanced position. These proposals include a council tax increase of 4.99%, which includes 2.99% for the general increase to support council services and a further 2% increase specifically for adult social care. That 2% increase is vital. It's needed because adult social care costs are rising and government funding has simply not kept pace. More than that, these increases are assumed by government. They're baked into the financial settlement we receive, and therefore they are necessary to sustain our services. More broadly speaking, this budget continues the work of transforming how this council operates by improving efficiency and increasing value for money. This is not new work. Since becoming a unitary authority, this council has delivered over 530 million in savings, and in each instance we've adapted and have had to modernise in order to keep delivering for our residents. So what does this budget actually mean for the Cornish public? So 35,606 households receive council tax support. Over 12,500 pensioners don't pay anything at all, zero council tax. If you're a working age couple in a Band B property on universal credit and getting the full council tax support, which would be 75%, you would pay an extra £25 a year with these increases. If you live in a Band D property, then only 15% of people in Cornwall live in a Band D property. So 70% of properties in Cornwall are A, B or C. So when we often talk about Band D being an average and quoting that, only 15% of people, and it's less than 30% are above, or D and above, are going to be paying an extra £99 a year. So that's a £1.91 increase per week in council tax. So just to put it into real figures. Also, what are our neighbouring councils doing? What are they doing? Are they following us, or are they doing something completely different? Well, Devon County Council and Plymouth have already set their budgets and they're going for the full 4.99% increase. Going slightly further apart, and you've got Somerset and Gloucester, both in very, very serious financial problems, both applied and are going to get exceptional financial support. So this isn't a handout from government, this is purely millions of pounds, actually billions of pounds that are being pumped into councils that are struggling and not able to make ends meet, and they're having to take this exceptional financial support. But as I said, it's not a handout. They get the money, but they have to pay it back with interest. So it's not something that Cornwall wants to get into or get close to. A further 7 councils have been allowed to raise council tax by up to 10%. So we're not in that position. We're not in a position that many councils are in and really struggling to make ends meet. So then I think about, well, how about reform councils who've come in under the pledge of reducing council tax, not increasing it, and maybe even decreasing council tax percentages? Well, we've seen some very tiny moves around the edges, such as Kent, who seem to be in the news pretty much every week, whether it's for a defection, a change, somebody standing down. Well, they, I think, have made the huge announcement they're going to be charging 4.9. So they'll save their council taxpayers about 2p a week with their reductions. And Worcester are going to get financial support, and they've applied to charge 10% council tax. So we don't know yet whether they'll decide to do that, but that's what they've applied for as a reform council. So I think, you know, it certainly is not rosy in the local government world. There are lots of issues facing all councils, but I think the prudent thing for us is to make sure that we don't get in the position of those other councils where they really are struggling and not doing a great job. Finally, just to sum up, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just thank Alice, who sat here next to me today. Alice has been fantastic with her team, and I wish her all the best for the future. And so thanks to all the finance staff who really have worked exceptionally hard at a time when everything was moving, as far as a completely new financial settlement and a completely new funding formula for all councils, including Cornwall, and we're still working that through, as well as obviously the changes to business rates, which make up a proportion of our funding, and they are all changing from the 1st of April. So we really don't know where we are on that. It really is best guesses and working with government on that. So this budget builds on the foundation of stability that has been provided over the last few decades of this council. It protects our most vulnerable residents and ensures that this council can continue to meet its responsibilities in the years ahead. This is not an easy budget, but it is responsible, it is deliverable, and it's the right budget for Cornwall. I urge members to support it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Painter. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, colleagues, thank you of those who have attended last week's Cabinet meeting and asked questions about the draft budget and the broader financial situation. I feel that is where I must start today, by talking about fairer funding and the journey that has brought us to this point. Last June, when the government published its revised funding formula, there was genuine hope here in Cornwall. Hope that for the first time in many years, the challenges faced by rural areas, such as the cost of delivering services and addressing deprivation, were finally being recognised. Government was listening, and so we engaged constructively. We worked with our MPs, and I particularly want to highlight Ben Maguire and Jane Kirkham, who have consistently pushed ministers on our behalf. And we have made Cornwall's case firmly but clearly and in good faith, because we believed that a fairer outcome for our residents was within reach. But those hopes have been dashed. Government made its choice, and it chose to support urban areas ahead of ones like Cornwall. With the provisional settlement was announced and then confirmed in the final settlement, any improvements that had given rural areas like ours reason for optimism were gone. This isn't playing politics, this isn't spin, it's black and white. The new financial reality has forced us into making difficult choices of our own to balance the budget and protect essential services that so many of our residents rely on. But it is important to understand what sits behind these choices. According to Rural Services Network analysis, Government spending power for urban councils is increasing by 20%, while rural councils, like Cornwall, are seeing increases of around 2%. Over the coming years, around a third more new funding will flow to urban authorities than to county and rural unitary authorities. That is the raw, unvarnished truth of the matter. It means that places like Cornwall are being asked to stretch our already stretched finances even further. It also means increases in Cornwall's overall spending power is driven largely by council tax paid by local residents rather than increased funding from government. This is not the outcome we argued for, and this is not the outcome that Cornwall wants or needs, particularly during a cost of living crisis that is showing very little signs of easing. So we are left with two choices.
30 seconds.
We can squabble and point fingers, or we can roll up our sleeves and get on with it. I choose the latter. Our responsibility is to not stand here and simply describe the challenge. It is to respond to it. And respond we have. This budget reflects difficult choices, but it also prioritises residents and the most vulnerable. £37 million in services for children, £43 million in transforming adult social care, £24 million into our housing stock, protecting our environment and improving public realm, protecting our highways budget so our roads do not fall to the standard of other places. And we are all doing this while delivering savings to ensure the council remains financially...
Leader, sorry, you have got longer.
Oh, you ran. I sped that right up then.
Sorry. I just thought before you... Yeah, sorry.
Okay, right, well, I'll slow back down again now, thank you. I can't use this on YouTube now, can I? And we are doing this while delivering savings required to ensure this council remains financially stable in the years ahead. We all know that deciding where and how to make savings is a painful process. But I think it is really important to remember that since its formation, Cornwall Council has already delivered over £500 million worth of savings. There is no easy money left, no low-hanging fruit, but we are determined that even in the face of a disappointing settlement, this council will continue to invest into Cornwall's future. And so this budget is not just about stabilising the council's finances, it reflects our determination to deliver for Cornwall and the resources available to us. And it reflects our commitment to continue making the case calmly, clearly, and yes, sometimes through gritted teeth, for the better deal for Cornwall, because the people of Cornwall deserve nothing less, and that is what we will do. Please support this budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader. Councillor Ashton, followed by Councillor Donnithorne. Councillor Ashton, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to start by thanking Councillor Painter for reminding us that there are reform councils in place across the country. What a beautiful thing to behold. But also to remind him what he didn't say is that those councils...
Sorry. Councillor Ashton, can you get closer to your mic or strain it up or something?
Thank you. Also, what he didn't mention was that actually with those councils, when they took over, they were already in severe financial difficulty. So watch this space. Today, we're being asked to receive a sign-off on a 3-year budget, framed as balanced, stable, and responsible. Having watched the process over the last few weeks, for the first time, and the input and commitment by officers and councillors, it has been immense. And I would like to formally recognise the hard work that has gone into producing this so-called balanced budget. We have, of course, been disappointed, as the leader has just mentioned, by the recent lack of funding support from the new Fair Funding Review criteria, which has not recognised Cornwall's remoteness and demographic spread. Why this Labour government has done this, we can only speculate, and it does not make sense. However, new funding in recognition of significant pressures for adult social care and SEND is welcomed. And we recognise that Cornwall Council is a net financial loser in funding terms. And we as a council are therefore forced to develop a savings plan to bridge the deficit. Whilst we have this budget before us, we have to, on the one hand...
Sorry to interrupt your flow, Councillor Ashton, but you're blocking your mic with your thing. People can't hear you online.
Shall I do it now? It's not quite the same, is it, when you sit down? So whilst we have this balanced budget before us, we have to, on the one hand, say well done for producing it, whilst on the other hand, we have to recognise the limitations and reality of such a budget, and there are so many uncertainties. The administration proposes a 153 million of saving over the next 3 years, without providing the exact detailed clarity on which services will bear the greatest burden, although there are clear indications. Underpinning the balanced budget is the need to rely on maximum council tax increases, which of course puts added pressure on many residents already under financial pressure, particularly at a time when our residents are saying to us there's an expectation that council tax reductions will need to be made. That's their expectation. In reality, we're being asked to endorse a plan that is built on a range of assumptions rather than concrete certainties. We, of course, have much sympathy with those that are responsible for dealing with these things, but we must be realistic. Things could improve, things could get worse. With this in mind, we must ask the difficult questions to ensure this budget is honest, achievable and fair to the people of Cornwall. So here are some rhetorical questions. What is our plan B or plan C if the financial situation gets worse? Why are we not reducing our overall 1.7 billion capital debt burden to reduce our capital interest payments to in turn use this for supporting transformational change? I believe that the daily interest payments at this moment in time are over £150,000 per day. So why aren't we looking at some of these major capital projects that we have to stop them and use that money to finance transitional change? Will the council be totally committed to transformational change in itself? That will increase the efficiency, the waste, the delivery value for money and provide a pressure release for managing cost pressures. And whilst we welcome investment into children and adult social care, will we see clear measurable outcomes put in place so that the investment achieves the reforms that we want to see? We will not be able to support this budget today, even though, as we are not fully content with every detail or lack of detail. However, we realise that years 2 and 3 will inevitably need review and change as more information will emerge going forward. We, as a party, are 10 months into our role as opposition, and we've been considering whether we could produce
30 seconds.
An alternative budget. We concluded that it was not feasible this year, but we do have specific areas we want to intend to explore for years 2 and 3, and we want to focus on these areas with renewal and a lot of effort and energy. We want to reduce council waste and efficiencies where that is possible. We want to get better value for our taxpayers, reduce tax bills for the residents. We will not just gripe from the side, and we will support the budget where we can, but we want to look at alternatives in years 27, 28, 28, 29, and we will also be prepared to roll up our sleeves as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and I allowed a fraction longer there because I interrupted you twice there, Councillor Ashton, sorry. Councillor Donathorne, followed by Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, can I just pay tribute and thanks to a few of the officers who have worked very closely with members of the opposition groups. Alice, thank you for everything that you have done. It's been a pleasure to work with you both, whilst in cabinet, but also whilst in opposition. And it's a real testament to the officers that actually, from my newfound experience of being an opposition backbencher, the officers are prepared to work with all councillors in this chamber to answer questions about technical detail. Can I thank Katie as well for all of the hard work that she did on the Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee led by Councillor Tarrant, and particularly as well thanks to Ellie, who has now left Cornwall Council, but for the sterling work that she did on all matters related to the budget. I'd like to begin by just paying reference to the fact that the Conservative group in opposition could have gone 2 ways in this budget setting process. We could have played politics, we could have voted against, we could have actively encouraged others to vote against, but that would have done nothing for the people of Cornwall, and we're recognising that whilst we are a very small group, I'd like to pay tribute to Councillor Frost and Councillor Painter and Councillor Rogerson for working constructively in listening to our calls alongside Councillor Webb and Councillor Thomas of removing from the budget the proposals to remove and restrict the 24/7 free bus passes for Cornish pensioners and disabled residents. It was a policy that I absolutely protected whilst I served in Cabinet, and I'm glad that this Cabinet have listened and removed that budget proposal from this budget. It's also important to make reference to the fact that we do have a local government settlement that has hurt Cornwall. And I am the first to admit that the early signs of this Labour government, in terms of their fair funding review, would have made Cornwall the big winner in that process. But unfortunately, we know that the South East lobby are powerful and strong, and they have made those changes from the initial consultation, where they absolutely recognise remoteness and the deprivation that leads to places like Cornwall, to taking it out. I mean, that is just such a kick in the teeth to the budget setting process here in Cornwall, because they recognise the problem, and yet they changed tact and essentially took that commitment of funding away. You know, it really is bad when Councillor Thomas in Cabinet says things were better under the Conservatives. Something I never thought I'd hear Councillor Thomas say, but something I wholeheartedly agree with. In terms of capital financing, I do have some questions, so I would like Councillor Painter to speak to those. I think it's 2.18 in the report, where 4.7 million has been added to help on the DSG in later years. Very welcome from the government that they have made the announcement, the recent announcement that they have made. I think it's right to give credit where credit is due. That's something that will be very welcome from this Labour government. But of course, years 2, 3, etc. are unknown. So in terms of that £4.7 million that has been added, is this ring-fenced? Is it capable of being used to fund other capital programme financing programmes or overspend? Can it be swapped to another budget line? And if that is the case, if we do get welcome movement from the government in future years, will it come back to full council for approval of how that money is redirected? In terms of transport, I have said, and it is genuine, that I am grateful that the administration have listened to the Conservative group and other councillors in terms of removing the original policy to restrict the discretionary element of the concessionary bus passes. That is very welcome. But as Councillor Rogerson will know, I am still very concerned about the proposal to remove a significant number of cash machines from our car parks, which will hurt those who are digitally excluded and don't want to use card payments. It is absolutely right that if they want to use cash, that we respect their choice and their freedom to be able to do so. And I am concerned that there are future plans for further inflationary uplifts to car parking charges. It was above inflationary increases to, I think, the tail end of last year. And this budget looks to
30 seconds.
By 1.1 million, I think it is, and also a further set of increases of 1.5 million on top of that, potentially £3 million worth of increases, which I think is going to really worsen the cost of living crisis and not helping people support our high streets and our town centres. So answers to that would be very welcome. But thank you for listening to the one small aspect of change that we wanted to see in that budget on those free bus passes. I'm sure the disabled residents and pensioners who use them will be grateful.
Thank you. Councillor McGowan, followed by Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Labour and Cooperative Group have a number of concerns with this budget, which continues to burden Cornwall Council with increasing capital debt, Cornish residents with the maximum permissible council tax rise, and sees concerning proposals regarding the loss of council jobs and withdrawal of previous foundation living wage commitments, impacting the lowest paid workers. We understand the financial challenges this administration has been put in, particularly with the reduction of the rurality element of the provisional financial settlement, which initially looked so promising for Cornwall. The financial context of this budget reflects in many ways the challenges faced by national government, with difficult decisions that are easy to criticise by those not making them. However, the reality for Cornwall remains the same. The demand and cost of service delivery is high, and this council must produce a balanced budget for financial sustainability and political stability. Though the financial settlement is not where we'd all hoped it would be, we want to acknowledge that under this government we've seen renewed level of national interest in Cornwall. We've secured the first multi-year settlement for local government in a long time, bringing to an end the annual cycle of uncertainty and providing significant increase in budget for this year and a 27% increase in core spending power by the end of this Parliament for Cornwall. We've recently received commitments that 90% of the SEND high needs block deficit will be paid off, meaning 72 million will be reduced from our debt later this year and reducing a significant strategic risk for the authority. The sheer scale of our road network has been recognised with £61 million uplift for potholes and road repairs. £28 million has gone to Cornish Metals and £31 million invested in Cornish Lithium. A £30 million Kernow Industrial Growth Fund has been created to support specialist sectors in Cornwall like clean energy and the marine industry. And we've seen homeless funding increase in recognition for Cornwall's extremely difficult housing situation. We know that the key indicators are now moving in the right direction. Inflation is falling, interest rates have come down after the chaos of the Truss government, mortgage rates are falling, NHS and ambulance waiting times are improving, child poverty is falling, wage inflation is rising, and the economy is beginning to grow again. These shifts matter and will make a real difference for people in Cornwall. Many will not want to acknowledge these uplifts or accept that the country, like this council, is living with the consequences of decisions made by previous administrations. But this is the reality in which we are working, and we recognise that initiating change and seeing positive impact takes time. There are some sensible plans in this budget, and we welcome the increased investment in adult social care, children's services and the HRA. These essential council services need to continued innovation, investment and stability to succeed in supporting the most vulnerable in Cornwall. However, we cannot support further borrowing and investment in speculative capital projects and expect the working people to shoulder that burden through tax rises, price increases and measures such as removing the foundation living wage from our care workers, refuge collectors and highway workers. These are not just economic decisions, but ones which will have significant and social and reputational implications for decades to come. In opposition, we'll continue to hold this administration to account for its decisions and support the delivery of policies that enhance the lives of Cornish residents. However, due to the reasons identified, we will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, followed by Councillor Cole. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Cornish Independent Non-Aligned Group on this item. I want to begin by offering genuine thanks to the Deputy Leader, Councillor Painter, to Cabinet colleagues and to officers who have worked long hours to bring these budget proposals before us today. Nobody in this chamber is under any illusion about the scale of the financial challenge facing this council, and the work that has gone into producing a balanced budget in these circumstances deserves recognition regardless of where we sit in this chamber. Let me be clear about Singh's approach. We are not here to oppose for opposition's sake. We never have been. We are here to represent our communities honestly, to ask difficult questions constructively, and to ensure that decisions we take in this chamber are felt fairly across Cornwall, not just in our larger towns, but in every village, parish and rural community we serve. The numbers before us are sobering. A net general budget of £890 million, over £154 million in savings to be found across the next 3 years, and a council tax increase of 4.99%, taking the Band D rate to £2,086.36. Chair, we must be honest with our residents about what that means in practice. For a Band D household, that is nearly £100 more per year. And that increase does not arrive in isolation. It lands on top of rising energy bills, higher food costs, and for many of our constituents in rural Cornwall, the inescapable expense of running a car simply to reach a GP surgery, a supermarket, or a school. The communities I represent in St Columb Major, St Morgan and St Wen, and those represented by my Sing colleagues in Torpoint, Camborne West, Constantine, Maben, Mornan are communities where people already make difficult choices each month. When we ask them to pay more, we owe them an honest account of what they will receive in return. And that is where Singh has concerns about the savings programme ahead. 154 million is not a figure that can be delivered without residents noticing. We accept that, but we need assurance from Cabinet that rural service delivery will not bear a disproportionate share of those reductions. It is always tempting when savings must be found to trim services where fewer people use them, but in rural Cornwall, those services are often the only ones available, and losing them means losing everything. We welcome in principle the 2% adult social care precept. Social care in Cornwall is under enormous pressure and additional funding is necessary. But I would ask the Deputy Leader to confirm today how those funds will be ring-fenced and transparently accounted for so that residents can see clearly that their additional contribution is reaching the front line of care and is not simply being absorbed to plug gaps elsewhere in the budget. I must also raise the cumulative impact on our most vulnerable residents. We've already debated housing rents rising by 4.8% under item 8.2. When you combine that with the council tax increase of nearly 5%, the pressure on households in Cornwall housing, households that are by definition among those least able to absorb additional costs, is very real. Singh wants to see the housing revenue account investment plan deliver tangible improvements in housing stock and supply, not simply service debt. There is a further concern I wish to place on record. As this council tightens its belt, we must not allow the burden to fall silently onto the voluntary and community sector. Parish councils, local charities and community groups across Cornwall already pick up work that is this council wants delivered directly. If we cut further without protecting the grants and support that situation for those organisations, we do not save money, we simply transfer the cost and often to those least equipped to bear it. Finally, Chair, a word on scrutiny. Singh believes that the scale of this savings programme demands robust and ongoing oversight. My colleague Councillor Parsonage serves on the Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and we call on Cabinet to ensure that committee and all scrutiny committees are given full and timely access to monitor how these savings are being delivered, where they fall and what impact they have on services. Chair, Singh will not be voting against this budget today. We recognise the constraints under which it has been prepared and we acknowledge the effort that has gone into it. However, we cannot offer unqualified support without the assurances that I've outlined. We will therefore be abstaining, not as a gesture of opposition, but as a signal that our support must be earned through transparency, fairness to rural communities and through genuine commitment to scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole next, followed by Councillor Creek.
Thank you, Chair. It isn't getting any easier, is it? I've looked back at recent budget day debates going back a few years, and every year we seem to be in the same position, and that's about making cuts while being pressured to increase council tax by the maximum allowable amount just to keep going. It wasn't that long ago, was it, that Councillor Harris of the previous administration was here, and he was talking about a financial abyss facing this council. Remember his fears that we could be bust in 2 years? That was 2 years ago. And yet here we are again, making more cuts. It's disappointing from our perspective that local government is not more of a priority for central government. It feels that Westminster governments change, but that disrespect for basic local government and its services continues. In terms of what's happening at the minute, we feel pretty let down by ministers in the present government continuing with the dodgy concept of spending power. I think that was brought in by Eric Pickles, wasn't it? Was that right? Yeah. With all the funding increases that are being talked about being predicated on maximum council tax increases year on year on year. You know, and that's actually hitting the people that are least able to cope with paying for services. This is so wrong. The fair funding review is not delivered for Cornwall. There you go. Shock horror. Fair funding review wasn't fair. Other members have talked about urban areas and the prioritisation of different localities miles and miles from Cornwall. I'd like to add the comparison in terms of financial resource. Cornwall is not getting anywhere near what our Celtic cousins in Scotland and Wales are securing. Dwell on that for a moment. Of course, we do have concerns about many aspects of the budget and what's being looked at going forward. For example, we've heard about the foundation living wage status, and also I'm concerned about future reviews of non-domestic business rates, which could impact on community groups. But I think the most telling thing today is that there are no amendments. The financial pressures are so tight that people are struggling to come up with alternatives. And given that lack of alternatives being put forward, big or small, we don't see that we've got any alternative other than to support what is in front of us today. We will do that, but obviously we will continue to pressure the administration as a critical friend on those elements that we're struggling with. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Councillor Creek.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay? So before I turn directly to the budget, I want to talk about what has been happening outside this building, which is obviously relevant to this budget. 2 months ago, over the last 2 months of inordinate weather, 50 days of near solid rain, and then of course Storm Goretti, which tore through our communities like mine in Newquay, leaving devastation and real hardship in their wake. Who could possibly deny then the existence of climate change? Well, possibly the party to my left, or indeed, Chair, the party to your far right. In 2019, this council declared a climate emergency. I believe every party in the chamber at that time supported that declaration. So I have to ask, if someone picked up this budget today with no knowledge of that declaration, would they be able to tell? Because I'm not sure that they could. Buried in the saving proposals is a £100,000 cut to the climate change team, the work that educates our young residents about climate change, the next generation, the generation who will inherit every decision we make in this chamber today. I'm told that this activity will be encompassed elsewhere, and I hope that that is true. But encompassed elsewhere is a phrase you hear often in local government, and usually it means quietly dropped when no one's watching. So I would ask the Cabinet directly, what specific assurance can you give that the climate education for our young people will not be lost? Where will this sit? Who will deliver it? And what budgets does it have? Our young people can see the storms, the flooding, the coastline erosion. If we cut the programme that help them respond to that reality, we are not just failing them, we are asking them to hold the mess we leave behind. I welcome Cabinet's decision to invest 78 million in active travel. How could we ask residents to change their habits if we weren't prepared to support them? So I thank Cabinet for that decision. I do want to welcome Cabinet's decision following the recommendation of myself and indeed Councillor Ewart, which passed at budget scrutiny to end the PSO subsidy for the Newquay to Gatwick route. Cornwall's residents should not be subsidising flights for business travellers and second homeowners to fly in and out of the county. And I confess, in something of an oddity of politics, I find myself making the argument my Conservative colleagues may have made, let the free market decide. But the point stands, we cannot spend public money propping up domestic flights while cutting climate education and starving active traveller funding. I'm glad that the council got that. The broader picture, though, remains concerning. The place and green growth reserve is being drained from 23 million just down to 2.5 million. You can't declare a climate emergency and then empty the reserves that fund the response. And the 198 million increase in spending power the government likes to quote, 168 appears to be coming from council tax, a system where a pensioner on a fixed income pays the same rate as their neighbour on a 6-figure salary or higher. Chair, the Green Group will work with any party to fight for a fairer deal for Cornwall, and I must say I've personally enjoyed the leader's approach to working cross-party, and I look forward to that continuing. But as a group, we do remain concerned about the climate commitments this council made to its residents and its children. We cannot hollow out this area of the books. After 50 days of rain, after Storm Goretti, our residents deserve to know this council still means what it said in 2019, that the climate emergency is real, that it matters, and that it will not be the first thing sacrificed when times get hard. The Green Group will judge this budget on whether it lives up to that promise. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the rest of the speakers, I wonder if Councillor Painter would like to respond to the group leaders' comments there, and then I'll ask people to put their hands up.
I will just quickly, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the group leaders for those words and those questions. I'll come to some of those questions, but perhaps just to say this is very much the start of a journey for this administration. I think we've been here now for around 10 months, and it's very much the start of a journey on a 3-year deal, if you like, that the government have given us. Obviously, we'll continue to push them for more going through these next 3 years, but these 3 years are not going to get a lot easier for us. Within these papers, and much has been said about the transformational change that's going to be needed, the additional reductions and cuts, that 153 million over the next 3 years. I think it is a rather perverse and saddening correlation that we're making £59 million worth of cuts this year. And back last summer, that was the exact amount of money we've lost in fair funding had the government's original consultation come out in its spending review with remoteness. That's the exact amount we would have got had that funding formula not been changed. But I think to all groups, all group leaders, and indeed all councillors, you've got my personal assurance of an open and transparent process going forward. I think we have all worked extremely well over the last 10 months. I think, sat in the chamber, it can be a bit of a political bear pit with a few, jabs being made in various political directions. But I, do give my assurance, even to my friends in Reform across the way, that it will be a transparent process. And I do enjoy working with you, and I've worked well with Councillor Tarrant, chairing the budget scrutiny, and we'll continue to work well across all scrutiny committees, because we'll need to do that because of the transformation that we're doing. Just to quickly mop up a few of the questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman, because it might stop some of the other questions that might come in repeating that. Plan B or C or worse, Councillor Ashton, you're absolutely right. That's what we have reserves for. That's what we, change our budget as we go through the year, and that's why we set the budget each year. Is no doubt we'll have other challenges coming up. Who knows what another storm or another issue could bring to us. So we will continue to work on that. We will continue to make sure that we do manage our budgets proactively. Why are we not reducing our debts? Well, we are looking at how we can do that. We've had 2 major projects that haven't worked as well as they should have over the last probably well over a decade, as far as Langarth and Pyder, to name just 2. We are looking at how those could be funded in a different way, clearly looking at how plot sales would bring money back into the council to reduce that debt, as well as looking at external funding as well for those type of projects. So we absolutely are looking at that, and absolutely want to try and make sure that we can get value for taxpayers' money. And I think that's the important bit. We don't want sort of wide-scale fire sales of assets, because I don't think that's helpful for anybody, and it wouldn't be helpful or good value for money for the people of Cornwall. Transformational change, there is money in the budget, so there is 3 million in the next year looking at transformation. There's a total of 20 million revenue in the next 3 years to looking at that transformation. So, we are putting our money where our mouth is as far as needing to make those changes, needing to make those savings, but we're not going to do it for free. We're going to have to invest to save in those areas. Adults and children's will continue to transform, and that's something that I know both cabinet members here as well as officers are committed to work on and committed to deliver. Thank you, and thank you for the words that you said. Connor, Councillor Donathorne, The DSG funding, that 4.7 million, that was put in initially when we thought that we didn't know how much government would reduce that amount by. We now know it's 90% for this current year, but we don't know what the next years are. So that money was put in for 2028, where we're looking at what we were presuming. We haven't changed that figure because we know we're going to have to fund at least 10% this year. That's over 8 million, plus the potentially 10%, or it might change in the future years. Government has said that they aim to follow the same sort of path, but haven't given us any guarantees. So I think it was prudent for us to leave that money in the capital budget to say that we will need something to offset that amount of money that is owed across Cornwall for SEND. Parking, continually under review. I think it is really difficult. We're obviously, the consultation just finished on the other areas, so we will continue to keep parking under review to look at what we do as far as whether that's inflationary increases or something else. And I know Councillor Rogerson is across that and will be working with all members to do that. Councillor McGowan, jobs, living wage. Living wage is something that I brought in as council leader here back in sort of 2017-18, and something that was very close to my heart about making sure we could really lift the floor of wage rates in Cornwall. You know, it has really been criminal that our wage rates are so much lower than other areas, and that's why we were wanting to bring that up. We had an awful lot of people working at the minimum wage. You know, governments over the last, certainly probably last decade, have gradually increased that minimum wage. They now call it a living wage. Obviously, the Living Wage Foundation is a different thing, which we signed up to make sure that we could pay above the minimum wage. We are still going to do that next year. We're still committed to do that across everything. We're absolutely committed to all our direct staff to be paid that. We have agreed some wording with the Living Wage Foundation, and it's I was chatting to one of their officers a few weeks ago, and the words that we've got in our papers today are that the council remains committed to the spirit of the Living Wage campaign, and we'll be working with the Living Wage Foundation with a view to retaining the accreditation. So we hope to be able to do that. Living Wage Foundation realise that councils are under significant pressure and want to make sure that they can keep those councils within membership and within accreditation to the Foundation Living Wage. So we hope that we can do that, and I've committed to work with them over the next year, as well as local representatives here in Cornwall, to make sure that we can pay a decent rate to all our staff, which include our care staff and other contracted staff that people bid in to work with the council. So that you have my absolute commitment that we will do that to try and make sure that we can continue to be accredited. Councillor O'Connor, thank you for your words. And yes, I think it's it's something for us to be moaning at government about not getting enough money because we're rural, and then obviously our own rural areas getting less. So I think that's something that we are very aware of. We are very much dispersed communities. Clearly not everything can be delivered at a hamlet or a village level, but we do need to look at fairness across our communities to make sure that rural areas aren't losing out. So it is something that we are committed to as a cabinet, and we'll be looking to work in all those areas where changes are, whether it's library services or other services in rural areas, to make sure that we can deliver the best service we can and try and be as equal as possible in delivering those services. The 2% adult social care, absolutely, that increase is accounted for and is transparent in our accounts. We have to do that by law. We have to show how that 2% is spent. I think somewhat unfortunately, because demand is so huge and costs are going up so much, that 2% gets absorbed very quickly by adult social care. There's no chance of other services getting their hands on it. So that is something that we do and make sure that that is transparent and accounted for within our accounts. Parish councils and community groups have absolutely helped this council out, whether we're talking libraries, whether we're talking public toilets, lots of other services, community, open spaces, lots of things which, our parish councils and community groups have done far better than we ever could. And I think that's absolutely right. The same as we want devolution from central government, we shouldn't be afraid to devolve services down to local councils, because they will do it better. They can manage it far better in those local areas and do a better job than we can. So I'm certainly not afraid of that. And I think we should look to see how we can do more. Yes, it's a pressure. Yes, it's a cost pressure in those areas as well. But I think if the money's being spent by us or by them, if they're going to spend it better and do a better job and perhaps raise council tax through their own means, then I think that will, help share the burden, but overall give council taxpayers better value for money. So I think that's important, but we certainly don't want to forget about our very valuable community groups and voluntary sector, about how we can help them. And it's not always in hard cash terms, but make sure that we can work with them positively to improve those services and make sure that people don't fall between the gaps. Councillor Cole, Fifth Nation, absolutely. If only we were funded the same way as both sort of Scotland and Wales, we would get far more funding. It would be fantastic if that happened, and we will continue to push for that. And then finally, coming down to Councillor Creek, thank you for your words as well on climate change. And I think it's something that is a serious impact for Cornwall, and I think we feel it more than most, being where we are geographically, and that's something that we're looking at. As far as the specifics within this budget, you've had assurances, I know, from Councillor Rich about the education and that saving that's being made over the next couple of years in that budget to make sure that anything that comes out which is around the both education and communications is replaced as far as how we do that. So you have my commitment that that will happen, and we'll work to make sure that that is shown how we will do that work within that climate change budget. So I think, Mr. Chairman, hopefully that's covered off just some of the early questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think with the group leaders and yourself, we've covered a good deal, but if members feel that they want to say something else, please raise your hands. Got you. Right, start with the names. Tarrant. Thomas. Yep. Sorry, Thomas. Is there a Thomas? Parsonage. Got him. Gibbons, sorry. Got you. Is there anyone around there we've missed? Webb. That's an attempt at yeah. And okay, thank you. Start off, we're going to take them in groups of three and then answers from Councillor Painter. So the first three are Johnson, German and Long. Councillor Johnson.
Okay, Chair, thank you. You have proposed savings of around £140 million, but are these genuinely efficiencies, or are we simply playing games with language? While communities face ever more devastating cuts, in my division, I'm seeing vital services being slashed and assets like Burriton Park being sold off. Isn't the truth that ordinary people are paying the price for failure dressed up as savings?
Thank you. Councillor German, then Long.
Miraz Kada. Oh, there we go. Perhaps that's a sign. It was very good. I just thought it was worthy to note at the beginning, in terms of scrutiny and the comments that have been made around capital expenditure and financing, that in terms of the appendices, we have the Treasury Management Strategy, the Capital and Investment Strategy. Both of those have gone through scrutiny and been endorsed. I wanted to focus, though, on a particular item today and thank everyone in the Chamber for their cross-party support for a motion that was brought earlier in the year regarding an important Cornwall-wide facility, the hydrotherapy pool at St Austell Leisure Centre, Polkythe. Following on from this, I want to thank Councillor Priest for taking the time to listen and understand to make the space to see how we can live our values and improve the lives of our residents. Under Councillor Priest's leadership, we've taken another look at the closure of the hydrotherapy pool. Part of this has been a community-led consultation which had 649 responses. We heard from people with a wide range of health issues that previously benefited from the hydrotherapy pool. One respondent said, "I've used this to support young people with profound and multiple learning disabilities to access the pool. The majority of our young people needed to be hoisted in and out of the pool and also required the bed changing facility. Many of the pools labelled as hydro pool are lacking these facilities. When this pool closed, we were unable to access hydro anywhere else. We've heard from many how hydrotherapy has helped their journey back to health. For example, another respondent said, "After breaking my spine, I spent months utilising the hydrotherapy pool at Polkythe. It was a vital part of my physiotherapy journey." And we heard from many how regular access to hydrotherapy helped manage their medical conditions and their pain. For example, I am completing this on behalf of my mother, who used the hydrotherapy pool pre-COVID due to mobility and lifelong arthritis issues. She would love to go again as it
30 seconds.
Is physically beneficial to her, as well as improving pain and improving social isolation. We heard how residents are having to travel far into Devon to access alternative facilities. So thank you to Councillor Priest and the Cabinet for bringing together a budget with the inclusion of 200,000 in the Leisure Capital Programme for the hydrotherapy pool at St Austell Leisure Centre. I appreciate there's a long way to go. This is a really positive step. So through you, Chair, I don't know if Councillor Priest would have any comments on this. Thank you.
Councillor Long.
Barassis. I just really wanted to highlight, whilst this current government have gone back on their promises for fair funding, this isn't a situation that has arisen in this last 2 years. We've experienced decades of underfunding from the UK government of various hues, various colours. In 2009, between 2009 and 2021, we had £1.69 billion taken out of Cornwall's economy by successive governments. That is the reality of the situation. And at the same time, we were only allowed to increase council tax by a certain proportion to do it. So there is a reality here. While people are saying, I'm not going to vote for this, I disagree with this, disagree with that, all well and good. Well done for doing that. However, let's deal with the reality of where we are. There are efficiencies that can be still done with Cornwall Council, but those efficiencies shouldn't be people losing jobs. Those efficiencies should be doing more with what we've got. One area in particular is a concern of mine is highways. And if I was to have one criticism of the comments made by the leadership team of Cornwall Council is the fact that we're not winning the race to the bottom of our highway standards is nothing to crow about. The fact that our roads are slightly better than going across the border is nothing to be proud about. We have gone from a system where in 2009 we used to do repair as it was needed, going now to repairing just in case you might get sued. Well, that is a really poor state to be in. So moving forward, could I ask that the authorities start looking at being proactive when it comes to roads and not reactive? Because only if we can get to a higher standard can we then keep it going, and that could actually save money, because the cost of repairing a road when it's a minor damage is a lot less than the cost of repairing a road when you've got a pothole where you lose your tyre in it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So, Councillor Painter, you'd come in now. Councillor Priest can't come in and answer the questions from Councillor German at this. You can't at this stage. If you're able to cover it, great. Otherwise, we'll deal with it later.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be as quick as I can. Councillor Johnson, the savings of about 154 million, or 154.1 actually, over the next 3 years is something that will be faced by all areas, and clearly transformation makes up over 66 million of that that cost cutting and saving. So it is a mixture. So you've got a mixture of assets, but we're only sort of saying assets and estates making up about 1.3 million. So it's a relatively small amount as far as sort of sales of assets. Income generation makes up about 16.5 million. So, there is, it's a mixture. It's not all just cuts of services. And what we've tried to do in this budget is make sure that we don't cut frontline services, where we make efficiencies where we can. As far as assets, I'm not aware of your situation. You talked about at Burriton. I believe that was sort of 2 years ago that was decided to be sold off. Councillor German, yes, indeed, whilst not mentioned, because individual smaller capital programme items aren't itemised, but yes, there is £200,000 in there for the hydrotherapy pool as far as capital money, and certainly we'll be working with you and others to look at how we can try to bring that forward under the constraints of both the contractual situation with GLL and the practical realities of the site. But hopefully we can find something positive there. Councillor Long, absolutely agree with you about government, and cuts have been going on for a lot longer than the last few years, and absolutely roads are one of the most visible and impact things that we could possibly have. Although I did note a colleague of mine had been in London recently and said that the roads were just as bad up there. So I think you travel the country and there are huge issues, especially because of the amount of rain and issues we've had over the last few months. But we really do need to try and get a grip of that and try and move forward more positively to get ahead of the curve where we can, and that's something that I know Councillor Rogerson's working very hard on as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three are Councillors Tarrant, Barker and Wilson. Councillor Tarrant.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, first I'd like to point out to Councillor Painter that Durham Reform UK Administration's just set its council tax budget at 1.99% rise for the upcoming financial year. So thanks for that. I'd also like to thank all the officers working on the budget, particularly like to thank Alice Gunn and wish her well on her travels. Thanks, Alice. I read the Chief Financial Officer's report with interest, where it stated on page 240, and I quote, the Council's risk profile will increase materially, arising from loans made to the Council's group companies. Do you agree that Treveth, which currently has liabilities much higher than current assets and a loan-to-value ratio of 98%, should be reduced to a loan-to-value much more reasonable of 70% by this time next year, March 2027, say, and would the administration commit to this, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker, then Councillor Wilson.
I acknowledge the work behind the budget, and in the spirit of collaboration, I just feel that we need to, I think in our hearts and minds, we know that we hear people talk about inefficiencies every day in our committees, in our meetings, and in our heart of hearts. Do we really believe that that's going to change? You mentioned transformation, it's a big word for me. What I'm really interested in is what's the level of that transformation? High risk, high reward, yeah? I acknowledge the work, I acknowledge the effort, I acknowledge the priorities, right? One of my greatest achievements, and the thing I'm proud about, right, was being a founder of a community company that took no grant funding, delivered jobs for people, delivered 25% of those jobs for service users, people with disabilities, youth offenders, and it would mean we would have no council tax. Right? I know it's a hard target, but we need to be taking our thinking and our vision in a way where we're looking at radically different ways of transforming this council. As you say, we don't want to be the best of a bad bunch. We want to be the leaders of a great bunch. And I believe in this county just as much as you do, sir, and I know we've got things to offer the UK. Right? And I know we've got a unique opportunity to offer those things here. So it's a question of how do we transform ourselves? How do we work together to do that? I think we all agree that we want to. But can we really sign up to say we're delivering the best for the people of Cornwall with this? I don't think so. And that's why I can't vote for it. Not because I don't believe that we've done the diligence around it. It's I just don't believe it's going to deliver the transformation that we need.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, thanks to all the Cabinet members and officers that have worked very hard to get this budget together. But I'd just like to, it's clear that Cornwall Council finds itself in a dire financial position. We all know that. But instead of increasing the burden on the taxpayers unnecessarily, would it not make far more sense to look in the mirror and to stop the enormous waste and poor management decisions within Cornwall Council? I've already seen the shocking waste of over £120,000 of public funds in my own division. Another example of wasted revenue is the very topical Moorfield car park here in Truro, which has been closed for nearly 2 years due to a very questionable survey on its safety. Had Cornwall Council heeded the concerns that the survey they were given was unreliable, the car park could very possibly have been reopened for a minimal cost, and the revenue brought in would have more than covered that expenditure and more some. So my question really is, what is the Cabinet doing about looking at the internal waste and holding those responsible accountable? Cuts in services, not waste, seems to have been what's been happening so far. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to Councillor Painter.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Tarrant, yes, I do know Durham Council really well because I went up there and spent a week before Christmas with the good people of Durham and did a corporate peer challenge for the LGA and really sort of got under the skin of what Durham Council was like. And it's a council that went unitary at the same time as us, and it was a very good council. They'd spent 103 years under Labour control up until 2021, and I think they'd increased council tax by the full amount every time to give them a very good base. Then it went to a Lib Dem independent sort of coalition for the previous 4 years, and again they'd made sure that budgets were looked after extremely well. They've also done extremely well under the government's recovery grant, which Cornwall got nothing, absolutely nothing, and Durham got 17.6 million. So had we got the same amount of money as Durham from the government, we could have equally made a 1.99% council tax increase and had no problem at all. So a bit of a shame that we got nothing when lots of other areas got a good amount of money. So yeah, perhaps that's why Durham are able to do that. So the risk of companies, absolutely, Cornwall companies, there is a risk, and that was part of what Alice wrote in her risk analysis, and it's something that we will continue to look at, and obviously that sits under me, so something that I will be very much looking at as well, and Scrutiny will be looking at their business plans next month. Councillor Barker, inefficiencies, will it change? Well, that's the reason why we're here. Us as councillors have to point out those inefficiencies and where they are. The same Councillor Wilson, if there's problems in your area, then you need to make sure they don't happen again. I've had the same things when I've unfortunately been here for a little while now, but my areas have changed a lot over time, but I've seen waste of money. I've seen, bus stops put in inappropriate places which had to be taken out on safety grounds. I've seen the council do things that are wrong. I think any business that spends 850 million doing stuff is not going to get absolutely everything right every single time. Yes, we want to look after every single penny, but it is absolutely up to all of us who've been elected to represent nearly 600,000 people in Cornwall to make sure we do get best value. So that falls on me as well as it falls on you to make sure that those inefficiencies, when they come up, are, make sure that we raise them through the correct channels and make sure that doesn't happen again. And we want to be an open council that learns from its mistakes, and we don't want to be a council that just buries our head in the sand and doesn't listen to that. And that's certainly something I'm very keen on pushing with all our staff as well, is to make sure that they should be open when they make mistakes and make sure they don't happen again and we learn from them. So that is really important. Transformation, absolutely, we've got to transform. Annabelle Scholes, who will be the replacement for Alice, she comes in with a wealth of experience across lots of different councils, many councils that have been in extreme financial difficulties. So I think she's seen both sides of the coin. She's already worked for 2 days on transformation with the senior leadership team and heads of service. So they're absolutely on it as far far as what is transformation actually going to mean. We're not going to be tickling around the edges. We'll never find 66 million over the next 3 years if we don't do some serious work. So absolutely want to do that, and I want to make sure councillors are involved as well as officers. So yeah, I think that covers it off. I'm not an expert on Moorfield car park. We have had assurances as Cabinet that we are following, absolutely health and safety and making sure we're not putting people's lives at risk as far as the work being done on that. But I'm sure we'll hear more about that and make sure that that's shared with the wider membership. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The next three are Councillors Thomas, Mitchell and Parsonage. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Is the protocol to just sit or to stand, or is it your choice?
We just want to hear you, Councillor.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you.
Whichever way it works.
I'll do my best. I'll be very brief. I wanted to just give thanks to Councillor Donovan for mentioning that Councillor Webb and I raised the issue of the bus passes. Really appreciate that. And also to stress that the word conservative was very difficult to speak, actually, at that meeting. And also that he didn't actually cover the full point that I made, was that really under other areas such as European Union, Cornwall did incredibly well, and that also should also be considered. I want to make it clear from any negativity I might be expressing here that I will be supporting the budget, absolutely, and give thanks to the officers and all those involved in its execution. My concern is that the darker side of this is the job losses and the negativity that this may well represent local government, and the encouragement that we still need to give to people to consider looking for work and employment and a career in local government. So I'd like some assurance that the job losses are to a minimum. For me, there was a real concern that the abyss that Councillor Harris did discuss some time ago is there. There seems an existential question mark around the future of local government, and I really do fear that the future could well be a great concern. So can I have some assurance that we do not intend to look to have more job losses, and if that is the case, we'll be upfront and honest about it as best as we can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Parsonage.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'll be able to go home this evening and celebrate. It's been hinted at my birthday is today, as is Councillor O'Keefe. So there could be two of us. But there is nothing here happening today for the residents of Cornwall to go and celebrate tonight. This is horrific. As Councillor Cole says, it doesn't get any easier. Well, I would disagree with him. I think it gets worse. This is my 33rd budget that I've had to sit through and help set. And every time we've had to do savings upon savings. Some things have most definitely changed. We've had a change of government, which is why we were probably exposed to a Labour Party political broadcast earlier on. But unfortunately, what hasn't changed from the last Conservative government is Cornwall being a priority. We have been screwed over yet again. It's not a good place to be, and I do respect all the hard work that the Cabinet members have had to put in. But the reality, and many speakers have gone out, 146 million here, 2 million there, whatever. We had a budget setting session where budget lines were showing savings of £5,000 or £10,000 because we were changing light bulbs to lower energy saving. That's like sticking your hand down the back of the sofa and finding £1. It cannot carry on. We cannot keep slicing bits off here, saving bits off here. We truly have to set our priorities, and with the greatest of respect, not loving apple pie and mother, we are going to have to say we can no longer do this. I will always prioritise getting our school children safely to and from school over subsidising cheap flights to London. And I think it's absolutely great that the Cabinet has taken that on board. We also have tried things in our capital budget. We've borrowed money, we've done projects. They have either stalled, as was mentioned, or in some cases have absolutely failed. And we don't seem to have a way in this council
30
of
seconds.
stepping back from those. Langgarth, Pydar Street, the airport, and, oh my God, the spaceport. We have to say what our true priorities are. I will be supporting the budget, but I will also be looking to work across the whole chamber with members from any group to actually see how we really start saying this. It cannot be good for us to aim to be £2 billion in debt by the end of this council.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parsonage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support my leader in his analysis of today's situation, and I would like to briefly set out my reasoning. Firstly, I'd like to thank Alice Gunn and Adam Painter for the hard work that they and their teams have put in, and for the response to my questions, some of which were detailed. Thank you. Today, this council is being asked to place its trust in the strategies and associated costs being adopted by the administration and by officers, yet members are being asked to do so with little, or in some cases, no meaningful information on the forward strategy for the council's entities and indeed for the council itself. Once the budget is approved, we will have effectively approved the business plans of the entities without virtually any scrutiny. What is particularly disappointing is that these business plans were widely known to others, but not members. That in itself makes transparency to members even more important. We are the ones elected to council. Had they been released earlier, when they were in final draft form, members would have had greater confidence in the budget, producing a better outcome for the administration later. Mr. Chairman, I would also like to take us back to last year's budget debate that I witnessed, and to some wise words spoken in this chamber. On being asked to approve a budget of around 1.8 billion, it was stated that this was far too much. These were wise words from someone seeking to present themselves as fiscally responsible, and I fully agreed with them. The leader's now smiling. So I ask today, what has changed? We're asking to support a much larger budget, 2.1 billion. So it's a serious question that we need to ask. My question, Mr. Chairman, rather than waiting until the mid-March to release the entity business plans, I would ask that they be released immediately to the CFP and Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny.
30 seconds.
So members can carry out the proper scrutiny in a way the public rightly expects, a scrutiny that should have been undertaken prior to this meeting, so we can provide early feedback to the administration and the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Painter to respond to those.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Thomas, thank you. Questions on job losses? Well, certainly within this next 12 months, there are no compulsory redundancies planned. Clearly, as we move forward into the further years where there's larger amounts of transformation, we'll have to see where that puts us. But we do have a turnover of staff of sort of around 7%, which are constantly turning over. So, we are always recruiting people, and people are always leaving us for various different reasons. So where we can, we'll work with that natural turnover of staff, and also training and redeployment. I think we see often staff moving around through different departments with the skills they've got, which are transferable, where they can do that. So, we would absolutely like to limit any job losses within the next 3 years. Councillor Mitchell, indeed, it is very, tough times, and you've seen a lot of them, and it certainly has got worse. There was a time, you might not believe it, but I know when Councillor Mitchell and I were first around, you'd go into committee rooms and they would say, we've got an extra 3 or 4 million, what would you like to spend it on? Unfortunately, that's not happened, certainly since 2009. I think even Anita's nodding her head, so she's been around longer than both of us. So, I'll get shut down now. But the capital position, I think I talked a bit about that before, how we are obviously looking at that. Councillor Parsonage, business plans, they've not been finalised yet, but they will come to scrutiny next month. I think we can't have the tail wagging the dog. We can't have them setting their financial position and forcing us to make that decision now. So what we want to do is make sure that we set the framework for our companies to work under within the budget. So it is a little bit chicken and egg as far as how we do that, but you have our assurances that those draft business plans will be coming out very soon to go to scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Next three, Councillor Marrington, Gibbons and Webb, which takes me to the end of my list. Councillor Marrington.
I wanted to say something human about the budget, because a budget is just about choices. When we go into this role, it's surely to make a difference, an actual practical difference.
Sorry, Councillor Marrington, I can't hear you at all. Could you sit down and do it? Thanks.
Thank you. Do you want me to I'll carry on. I wanted to become a cabinet member too, so I pushed myself forward with that because I wanted to show leadership and to prioritise some of the complex and difficult issues that blight us. To also encourage and enthuse others in powerful positions among partners and stakeholders to be similarly ambitious too. To face difficult issues such as mental health, child poverty, violence against women and children, to mention just three difficult issues that actually cost a lot by not tackling. But these choices are not necessarily politically strong. Throwing all our money into potholes would probably win us more votes, quite simply. It's harder to see visible, quick difference in tackling child poverty, although Hillary made a great start with the Auto Award scheme. But for me, the budget and making a difference is not a choice. It's a thing we have to do if we want to create a more equal world where everyone can achieve and aspire, and where we're not limited by where we may start or by what hard times we may have fallen upon. I'm not really a budget person. I've always run a tight ship, though, with my personal finances and hate waste. So I just want to say that these things are important and we are really working hard on that behind the scenes. But I want to mention a couple of things that are not just about money, are about principles. Might not be so bright and shiny and might be overlooked in the paperwork, but I feel I must mention as they're really important. The focus on prevention and early intervention measures right across council, tackling problems and investing at an earlier stage rather than when they become crises is crucial, and working in partnership on issues that affects us all is crucial too. Pushing blame and shifting the problem is never a solution, but working together can be a seismic shift, and it takes trust, persistence and determination. We want to be a national exemplar of best practice, tackling VOG in Cornwall, for example, and working with key partners here is key and is happening, and I'm proud that we're able to still invest, despite the tough times, 3 million to Cornwall's Fire and Rescue Service. At the heart of what our Cornish Fire Service is about is people, our communities, partners, dedicated staff, and this additional investment will support our Cornish Fire and Rescue Service to adapt to changing risks and deal with increasing pressures on public services. So I'm proud to be part of an administration that's sticking to strong values, that's ambitious even, as Lee says, and is just going to roll its sleeves up and try and get on and make a difference. There have been some really difficult choices that have not been easy for any of us on Cabinet, but we're determined to do our best with what we've been given and to not only just get on with it, but to strive to improve the lives of our Cornish residents.
Thank you. Councillor Gibbons, then Webb.
Well, you'll be glad to hear that most of what I wanted to say has been said already, so I won't repeat it, and I've cut this right down. I have reservations about the budget, as clear as most of us do, but I'm also concerned that a failed budget brings uncertainty and delay, a greater chance of emergency decisions, deeper cuts, less consultation, less local choice, and increases the risk of external intervention where decisions are taken away from Cornwall entirely. So in these circumstances, I don't see a vote against as an acceptable protest. It risks making things materially worse for the people that we represent. So, in my view, the least worst solution in front of us in a very difficult set of circumstances is what we've been presented with, and It's important to note that it does protect essential services, particularly for vulnerable residents as far as it can. And I also welcome the emphasis on transformation, prevention and service redesign rather than brutal cuts with crossed fingers. I applaud the Cabinet responsible for taking that approach. As we've already heard, the national approach to local government finance is increasingly unfair, unviable and unsustainable. But it's not enough to criticise Westminster in denying rural communities their fair share if we risk repeating the same behaviour here. So I do want to just say that rural and coastal areas of Cornwall, far from Truro, often feel the impact of cuts the hardest, from reductions in public transport to slower capital investment and services being rationalised on the assumption that people can simply travel to the hub. This often isn't an option for elderly residents, with those cut off from transport networks or people with mobility issues. So while we press ever harder for fair national settlement that recognises rural cost and stops passing the buck to local council taxpayers, can we please also ensure that we apply the same principle across the county, with weight applied for disproportionate impact and cuts to rural communities, not just population density? And that's where I'll just leave that.
Thank you. And then Councillor Webb, then Councillor Tudor. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. So none of us stood to make things more expensive for our residents, and it would be easy to vote against this for popularity or idealistic things. But we live in a real world. And one thing I've learned since joining politics is what cash term means. When I hear an MP on TV saying Cornwall's never had more money in cash terms than ever before. But if I give you an extra penny, you've got more money than ever before. But if your bills are an extra 50p, you've got 49p less. Just pointing out the obvious. I do want to thank the administration, just as Thomas and Donavon said, because I think it's really important that disabled people can travel to work early in the morning, free in Cornwall, as opposed to many other places in the rest of Cornwall. Councillor Mitchell said there's nothing here to celebrate. I kind of agree, but there is slight, the 2% for adult social care. It's a sector that in many areas it's really on its knees. And I don't need to explain the demographics in this chamber of Cornwall to anybody in here. But there are individuals that are not getting what they need, and this will help. And if it helps an individual get out of bed for the first time in a while, or it helps an individual have an extra few hours care just to be able to get out, that's a celebration, and we should be proud of it. This budget does face up to the challenges, and it protects vital services, despite the government's lack of support. But we should continue to pressure them for the fairer funding. It hasn't gone away just because they've decided this year. And I'm going to skip the rest for a minute. I'm going to say one thing, and I don't think I've heard it in this chamber. It's thank you, and I'm deeply grateful, and I think we should all be, for the residents that are paying for this. They're the ones that are paid for these vital services. You know, we may be the administration that delivers it, but they're the ones that have their hard working money, that they're the ones that have got to dig deep in their pockets, and they're the ones that are struggling at the moment. So thank you to the residents of Cornwall.
Thank you. And Councillor Tudor.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, when my residents, the residents in my patch come up and ask me if they're paying more council tax and getting less, then the answer I have to give them, of course, is yes. And we've heard today how it's the people that are just managing, the hard-working people, who are the individuals that are actually taking the burden to pay for everybody else. And I'm sure everybody here finds it hard to be part of this budget-making process, because nobody here, myself included, we didn't get elected to be part of an organisation that's part of managing the decline of local government, because that is what's going on. It's the erosion of all local government. It's been happening over a period of about 20 years, and even councillors who've become MPs have been happy to buy into that erosion of power and local influence by helping cut central government funding, so that now 1 in 5 local authorities, 1 in 5, can't budget to cover just statutory duties. there's no, despite what we've heard, there's no political pattern to that. It's a complete mix of different political leaderships and local authorities across the country, so that all councils now fighting for a bigger piece of an ever-diminishing pie. And there are reasons why some councils go bankrupt sooner than others. High costs in areas like adult social care and temporary homeless accommodation, paying for that, and risky investments. Now, after just 8 years in this chamber, I've been surprised at how senior officers approach every new administration with this sort of smorgasbord of capital investments, and they go away every 4 years, reheat it, scrape the mould off and present it to cabinet members who seem to happily swallow it all over again. Which brings me to this council's biggest investment and largest development, Langgarth Garden Village, already mentioned several times, and I'm glad that people are actually speaking about it. It's in my division.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay. Okay. So I want to put the Councillor Dwelly on notice, really. In 12 months' time, when we are debating the budget for 2027-2008, can you please come back here and make the case that what taxpayers are paying for will create a better result for the future residents of Langgarth Garden Village and the existing surrounding residents, rather than pull the plug? Because what we're good at this council is identifying opportunities and instigating projects. What we're not so good is recognising the outcomes and having the courage to call it a day if it's not working.
Thank you. Can we go across to Councillor Painter then to answer those and sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as Councillor Marrington says, this is very much a human budget. This is the reason why we're all here. We were voted in by people in our areas to represent them and to represent Cornwall as a whole and work together to make sure that we can try and make Cornwall a better place and move forward. That is increasingly difficult with all the pressures that we've got, but we've got 5,400 staff. We've got 3,000 staff in our companies. 99% of them are council taxpayers as well and live in Cornwall. So I think it's really important that we think about that it very much is a human budget for all the people in Cornwall. And I think when they talk about, how we spend that money and how we make sure we make efficiencies, I think it's very much, when I'm speaking to members of staff, to think of it as their own money, as their own personal money. Do they think that's value for money? Would that be value for money in their own, properties, in their own lives? And I think that's what we need to make sure that that money is spent wisely, by our staff and by the council. But we do have that council tax support scheme, which is why I sort of said that. And coming on to Councillor Webb's words as well, thank you very much for pointing out the obvious as far as funding. Very good example. Only 27% of all the money we spend comes from council tax. So we spend a lot of time very worried about how much we're putting up council tax and what it means for people. But it is only just over a quarter of the money we spend. The rest of it comes in from business rates, fees and charges, and government grants. So I think that's something to think about as well. When people say, what do I get from my council tax? Well, you actually get 4 times what you're putting in as far as how the overall council budget works. So I think we do, at times like this, we think that council tax is 100%. It's not. It's nowhere near. It's 27% of what we're spending. Thank you, Councillor Gibbons, for your words. I think very good, very thoughtful. And thank you, Councillor Tudor. I think, Langgarth is a very, very long-term project as far as successive councils have made decisions that have impacted, and every administration that takes on what's happened in previous decisions over many years. And I think it's something that we will absolutely keep looking at, keep coming back to, the same as everything else that's in that capital programme list, to make sure that we can ensure that there are good decisions taken. And I think where we can, we have rowed back from things. We haven't always gone forward. People talked earlier about the PSO. You know, that's something that we've done for several years, but we decided enough is enough. It's not giving us value for money. It's not what we want to do. It's not the right decision. We've stopped doing it. So the council will do that. Where it sees it's the right thing to do, then that's what we'll do. If we came to a point where we were offered money and we could sell off, you know, any of our assets that we've got, and we felt it was good value and it was the right thing to do for Cornwall, then that would come forward and that's what we would do. So I think, you know, there is, we have to look at that in the round and look at what is the best thing for the taxpayers, the best thing for Cornwall, and the best thing for us to do as elected members. So I think, you know, we'll continue to think about that. Mr. Chairman, an awful lot has been said, an awful lot of wise words and a lot of interesting questions and comments about this budget. And clearly, as I said, this is absolutely the beginning of these next 3 years. But I won't go on any longer because I'm sure we're all looking forward to a bit of lunch. But this is very important. It's not an easy budget. They never are, but we do believe it is responsible. It is delivering. It is still doing good stuff within the tight constraints that we're working on. But I do believe at this time, it is the right budget for Cornwall, and I would urge members to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Painter. I'll now go to the vote on the budget, but unfortunately a number of members are having technical issues, so we're going to go back to the old-fashioned roll call. So you'll hear your name called out and you vote for, against or abstain. Let's calm down, let's get on with it.
Good afternoon, members. So when I read out your name, please do put your microphones on so we can hear your vote and record it. That's really important. And as the chairman has just said, please state for, against or abstain. The roll call is in alphabetical order, so Councillor Alvey goes first. Councillor Yelland will have to wait a bit.
Abstain.
I haven't got there yet, but thank you. So, without further ado, Councillor Alvey.
There's another mic on.
Still abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Ashton.
Against.
Councillor Ball.
For.
Councillor Barker.
Against.
Councillor Batters.
For.
Councillor Black.
Against.
Councillor Blackman.
Against.
Councillor Bowes.
For.
Councillor Burnett.
For.
Councillor Cador.
Against.
Councillor Candy.
For.
Councillor Shannon.
Against.
Councillor Chopak.
For.
Councillor Clegg.
Abstain.
Councillor Clemens.
For.
Councillor Cole.
For.
Councillor Crawford.
Against.
Councillor Craze.
Against.
Councillor Creek.
Abstain.
Councillor Cunningham.
Against.
Councillor Dennis.
For.
Councillor Desmond.
Against.
Councillor Donithorne.
Abstain.
Councillor Dwelly.
For.
Councillor Emery.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Abstain.
Councillor Hewitt.
Abstain.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Frost.
For.
Councillor Gale.
Against.
Councillor Garrigan's left the chamber. Councillor German. Councillor Gibbons. Councillor Glanville.
Against?
Councillor Glasson,
Abstain.
Councillor Gow,
For.
Councillor Gray,
Against?
Councillor Gripper,
For.
Councillor Hanlon,
Against?
Councillor Harrison,
Against.
Councillor Heslington,
Against?
Councillor Hodgetts,
For?
Councillor Jenkin,
For.
Councillor Johnson,
Against?
Councillor Kenny,
For.
Councillor Kist,
Against.
Councillor Knight,
Abstain.
Councillor Laborde,
Abstain.
Councillor Lebroy,
For?
Councillor Lyne,
For.
Councillor Long,
For?
Councillor McGowan,
Abstain.
Councillor Marrington,
For.
Councillor Martin,
For?
Councillor McKenna,
For?
Councillor Andrew Mitchell,
For?
Councillor Pete Mitchell,
For?
Councillor Moorcroft,
For?
Councillor Moore,
For.
Councillor Mustoe,
Abstain?
Councillor Nolan,
For?
Councillor O'Connor,
Abstain?
Councillor O'Keefe,
For?
Councillor Parsonage,
Abstain?
Councillor Parsons,
For?
Councillor Pascoe,
Abstain.
Councillor Painter,
For?
Councillor Priest,
For.
Councillor Rich,
For?
Councillor Rogers,
For?
Councillor Rogerson,
For?
Councillor Rowe,
Abstain?
Councillor Rouse,
Abstain?
Councillor Sawnby,
For?
Councillor Tarrant,
Against?
Councillor John Thomas,
For.
Councillor Mike Thomas,
For?
Councillor Thomas and Kenyon,
Abstain.
Councillor Trevelyan,
Against?
Councillor Tudor,
For.
Councillor Webb,
For?
Councillor White, Councillor Wilson,
Against?
Councillor Yelland.
Against?
Thank you, members. The vote is carried, 43 for, 22 against, with 18 abstentions. Thank you very much for your patience this morning with the voting. We'll break for lunch now. Can we come back at 2:15, please? Thank you.
So when you speak...
Right, good afternoon, members. If you'll take your seats please, so we can get on. The live stream is now on. And we move on to agenda item 9.1, licensing of Hackney carriages, private hire vehicles operate. Application fees, is that one more? Please. I'll ask Councillor O'Keefe to propose and Councillor Sawnby to second. Nope, sorry. Councillor O'Keefe to propose and Councillor John Martin to second the recommendation set out on page 457 of the agenda. Councillor O'Keefe, will you propose?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the licensing manager and officers for all the hard work into putting together these recommendations. So the recommendation to Council is that the fees and charges payable in respect of licences issued for Hackney carriage vehicles, private hire operators and private hire vehicles be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, you ready to second?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second that. And again, I support the idea that we are very grateful for the licensing team for putting that together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody want to speak on this item? Jane Pascoe. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. I wish to acknowledge the importance of the taxi trade operators and drivers in safely transporting the travelling public in and around Cornwall and beyond. With the reduction of bus routes in our rural areas, they provide a vital service and often a lifeline to elderly and vulnerable people accessing essential healthcare and other services. In addition, we rely hugely on the taxis for school transport, a safe and reliable service for so many young people, transporting them twice a day to access their educational needs. Operating a taxi is costly, with large increases in the cost of living this year. They face massive hikes in fuel and insurance, alongside 6 monthly MOTs, fees and general maintenance costs, which they have to meet the high standard expected in the terms of their licence to carry passengers. Many in the taxi trade barely achieve the rate of the minimum wage. An increase to their licence of 8% is far above inflation. We will have far-reaching consequences. They will have to increase the fares to their passengers, or worse, there will be a reduction in the number of taxis. I spoke against this increase at the Miscellaneous Licensing Committee. I have considered the objections received. I have considered the officers' report. I thank those officers, but I will not be supporting this recommendation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else? In that case, I think we move to the vote, which we have to do, I'm afraid, by a show of hands this time. So, all those in favour? So keep your hands up. All those in favour? Or all those against? Ooh. That's carried, thank you very much. Move on to agenda 9.2, and again I'll ask Councillor O'Keefe and to propose, and Councillor Martin to second the recommendation set out on page 465. Councillor O'Keefe, can you?
Thank you. The second recommendation to Council that the amended licensing of relevant protected sites fees policy document, which has been updated with the agreed increase in fees and charges, to be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, you second that?
Happy to second that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to comment? Councillor O'Keefe, you don't wish to sum up? No? We go to the vote again. One show of hands, please. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 10, pay policy statement for 2026-27. I'll ask the leader to propose and Councillor Painter to second the recommendation set out on page 481 of the agenda. Please note that the statement is a statutory one. It does not settle the Council's pay arrangements and simply articulates what they are. The statement is in the same format as previous years, and as in previous years, members, there'll be no debate on the statement, but please raise your hand if you wish to ask for a question for clarification after the leader and Councillor Painter have spoken. Leader.
Right, Chair. Happy to propose the recommendations as set out.
Happy to second those, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to ask a question? No. I'll now go back to the proposer. Doesn't want to say anything. So raise your hands if you're in favour. Anybody against? Anybody abstaining? That's carried. Thank you very much. Questions from members to members of the Cabinet. Members will be aware that the Council agreed that a period of 60 minutes be allocated. I have asked why I don't let the last few in, and I have no discretion on that. So it's 60 minutes from whenever we say go. Start writing names down. Clements. And him up there, look. Tudor. Mitchell. Yeah, hang on, don't put your names up, don't put your hands up yet, I'm still trying to read this out. Each member must identify which Cabinet member their question is for, and they will be allowed to ask one supplementary question. The group leaders met the other day to discuss this because questions are too long, they're more like statements. Although we have 30 seconds for supplementary, we don't actually have a time for the questions, time limit for the questions in the Constitution. But rather than send this back to Constitution and Governance and bother Dick Cole with it, we thought we'd just see if we could get by managing it over the next two meetings. So I will cut you in or I will cut in if it sounds as if you're just giving a lot of background and a lot of chat, because we want to get to the question. And I also won't allow two Cabinet members to come in. I appreciate that sometimes things go across, but we don't want a queue of Cabinet members answering. We want to get lots of questions in, and we'll see how we go. Right, hands up, please.
Jenkins.
Tudor. Mitchell.
Yep.
Donithall.
O'Connor.
Yeah, Collins. McGowan.
Chairman.
Okay, Councillor Clements, followed by Councillor Tudor.
Thank you, Chair. Bearing in mind what you just said, I'll be quick and succinct as possible. My question is for Councillor Marrington. I know that the firefighters at Bude had an issue a couple of weeks ago where they all ended up with parking tickets for parking on WLO lines when they attended a 999 call. This is due to there being insufficient facilities to park at the fire station in Bude. And I know that the Chief Fire Officer has said previously in scrutiny there will be no changes to stations on our watch during this administration, but I do think Bude is one that does need to be looked at, and I would ask you to take that on board and go back and look at the station at Bude, look at the facilities, and look into potentially moving them within another administration, because it is unacceptable as it is at the moment. Thank you.
I'll try and take both, but I think you first mentioned about the parking tickets. Yeah. So yes, they have been rescinded, and I think there was a system where they would, as soon as it was notified that they were on a shout, that ticket would be cancelled anyway. But we are looking at another sort of solution to that, and I think we're almost there. In terms of Bude, obviously the PFI things are coming to an end in 2028, but there is a plan for, we're looking at all the stations. You have to look at which ones are best sited, which ones are worst sited, and as always, there's limits with money. So I think it's definitely something I'll speak to the Councillor De Broglie, who's responsible for Bude, and I am in conversation with him about that specific station.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, just quickly, Chair, with the PFI in mind, Councillor Marrington, Bude is one of the stations I believe that is under that system. So is it really responsible? We've been talking all morning about not wasting money and saving money. Is it worth spending money out after the PFI finishes on the station that could possibly be relocated?
I think at the moment, the important thing for Bude at the moment is that its facilities are not adequate for the people there, and not a lot can happen before 2028. So we've got to make sure that the facilities work for the people that are stationed there at the moment. So that's the first thing that we've got to do. And I think moving forward, that's when we have to look at the whole of Cornwall and what we can do. But again, all I would say is it's within the constraints of the money that we've got.
Thank you. Councillor Tudor, followed by Councillor Pete Mitchell.
Thank you. I believe my question's for the leader. Men are men. Men can never become women. Women are women. Women can never become men. Children are innocent and they need our protection. If, as a result of my words, which are expressing legally protected beliefs, the council now receives a raft of complaints that I have been transphobic, bullying, insulting, or vilified a vulnerable group, does the leader believe those complaints should be processed as a potential breach of the council code of conduct? And if so, does he think that taxpayers' money should be used to hire an external barrister to justify the complaints being processed?
I have no control over the code of conduct process, so it is between the complainant and whether it meets the tests through the complaints process and the statutory duty and the standards committee within that. So I have no control over that. In terms of hiring a lawyer, the only thing I could possibly comment is that if you are in a case that has distinct connotations and you need a certain degree of knowledge, then why would you not get hold of that expert?
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Tudor?
Well, just to clarify, really, so you're saying that it's council officers that make that call?
I have no control over the code of conduct process.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, followed by Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Chair. There's a question for Councillor Marrington. I see that Operation Ford has been rolled out across the country, and I just wonder if she could brief the council on what Operation Ford is and how ready we are for it in Cornwall. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mitchell, for your question. The other thing, I was just trying to check the date. I think it's the 24th of April. There is a all-member briefing, and the Chief Fire Officer, Chief Fire Officer, sorry, the police officer responsible, who will be the single person for Operation Ford, will be attending that all-member briefing, so it should be in diaries. I think it's the 24th of April or the 26th. So that is in, so we can all find out more. But this is similar to Operation Bridger, which is what the system that happens for MPs. So it basically, if we face harassment or abuse or intimidation, sorry, I didn't see where you are, then you can get in touch. And if you specifically mention you are a councillor, if you phone 999 or 101, it will be automatically escalated. So you have to mention that you are a councillor, and if you're facing that because of your position, then it will have a different effect. And as I say, there'll be an all-member briefing on it. I was initially involved with the LGA piece of work a little while back, looking at all this and for councillors saying that we need that added support. So I think it's really good. And as I say, that police officer there'll be one designated officer that will work with all councillors. So it just means there's one point of contact, which is a really good bit to it as well. So we're not all potentially dealing with different people who might have a slightly different response.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, just to say thank you. And I think it's important if the police come to a situation, they know what they're walking into, and they know there's councillors being abused. They know, we're reasonable people, and we've not called them out on a whim, so they can get do their job. Thank you, Councillor Merrington.
Thank you. Councillor Donnithorne, come to you nice and early today.
To cries of shame from everyone else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question to the leader. At the annual council meeting, where you were elected leader of the council, I asked a question calling out that the previous administration was wrong to get rid of the informal investment panel. You agreed with that whilst in opposition, and you gave a commitment to looking at bringing it back. We're 10 months in. Is there any update on any conversations, and will you look into that to try and get the ball rolling? If it hasn't already, if I've missed an email, I apologise.
I hate to do this, Connor, but I have to get you a written answer, because I have a feeling that we did look into it and come to a determination, and it was due to changes in how we do investment anyway, so there'd be wider changes within that, but I need to double check, so I don't want to give you a wrong answer now. So I'm really sorry to give you a written answer.
Oh, do you have a supplementary to that non-answer?
Yes, in that sense. So would the leader of the council agree that either in the informal investment panel or an alternative mechanism should be brought back at the earliest opportunity to ensure much greater elected member oversight of key investment decisions that will impact the spend and the capital and revenue spend of this council on behalf of the taxpayers of Cornwall?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It was a lot better when I was never on it, but members that were speak very highly of it. I believe a cabinet member for housing is quite positive with it, so I would absolutely agree it is a better way to have member oversight.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor, followed by Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Chairman. This is to Councillor Painter, please. And it's to do with the transformation programme. And this question is based in really when wanting to get to a point of being confident of the plans over the next few years. The transformation programme itself assumes 1 million, a 26.8 million, and then a 29.8 million savings across 3 years. What percentage of these savings are contractually committed versus aspirational? And what happens if they fail to materialise? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Connor, for your question. Obviously, there would be serious consequences if they don't materialise those savings. There will be a detailed paper coming to Cabinet before the summer recess to set out our steps moving forward with regards to transformation. So that will then lay out the process of what we're doing, which will then lead to those savings happening.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
I don't. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. In that case, Councillor McGowan, followed by Councillor Parsonage.
Thank you, Chair. Questions for Councillor Dwelly. Just wanting to know what analysis and learning from previous economic growth funding programmes such as ERDF and shared prosperity funding is taking place to ensure that the evergreen funding is most effective in achieving economic growth objectives and return on investment, if this is intended to be a repayment and revolving funding facility?
Thank you, Councillor McGowan. I mean, we always learn from all previous programmes, but I think some of the things I would mention in reply are, first of all, you rightly noted that this is intended to be repayable grants. That's pretty much new. And the idea behind that is that we have more money coming back into this council to reinvest in other projects. We're looking to reduce red tape because this is no longer, well, this fund, the Evergreen Fund, will not be dominated by either Brussels or Whitehall. We'll be able to set our own terms of how we do it and how much we spend on the administration of it. My hope, and what I'm insisting on really, is that we have a much more streamlined and effective management of the fund. But the main lesson, I think, if I'm honest, is that because it's not a huge amount of money, we will have to be looking at commissioning places and things we want to invest in rather than sending out a great big call across the whole of Cornwall for a huge attempt by everyone to get some of that funding. We have no choice. The funds are not sufficient. And as you know, I don't want to go too much over this, but coming away from Shared Prosperity Fund is a big blow to Cornwall. And we are down roughly £48 million a year, although there's the Cornwall Industrial Growth Fund, which is very welcome at 30 million, but that's not per annum. So the amounts we'll be able to invest in Cornwall through the Evergreen Fund will by necessity have to be focused very carefully. And what I have in mind, I'll just briefly say this, is that we will be looking particularly for towns to identify areas that where they think empty or eyesore properties might be brought back into use for business use or housing, because not only will that be good for the high streets and town vitality, it will also be good for revenue coming into this council. So that's one of the themes we're looking at. I could talk to you privately about many other things, but I would encourage all councillors to think about their areas and how they might want to help the process of bringing forward the top priorities that we should be looking at for this limited investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
I do. I guess firstly, I know things are all relative, but to say that £70 million isn't a particularly sufficient amount of money seems a bit concerning. And just recognising that, I guess, levels of success in terms of repayment will vary considerably in terms of particularly investment in start-up businesses. So just that's taken into consideration. So the question really is, what are the timescales for member input, involvement and rollout of the Evergreen programme? Thanks.
Well, to be very precise, in this remaining years of this administration over 3 years, it's 52.5 million over 4 years, and we only have roughly 30 million of our own resource to spend over the next 3 years. And in year 1, which starts in April, that is the year we prepare for this, and that will be the year in which we can spend a lot of time looking at this. And there will be plenty of opportunities for members to feedback, and I would welcome that through scrutiny committee and other places. But as long as everyone please remembers that, we are going to have to be very focused on what we choose to invest in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parsonage, followed by Councillor Yelland.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Rogerson. The cashless parking proposal risks excluding elderly and digitally excluded residents. Has the council conducted an equality impact assessment, specifically for my and other rural areas with poor mobile coverage, and what cash retention options will be maintained?
Miraz Kadaria. Thank you, Councillor Parsonage. So the proposal, I think I've sort of mentioned this maybe at committee, but not here before, is that we seek to have at least one location in areas where there are multiple car parks that still takes cash. So that gives people the option if that suits them. But for context, I think it's under 12%, I'll just check the figure, but around about 12% of transactions in car parks were in cash. So, the vast majority. So what I'm looking at is the cost of servicing that and seeing if we can, by reducing the number of car parks that take it, but still providing that as an option, that we come up with a reasonable response. Any decision, as we get closer to a decision, will have to go through the council's processes, the decision wheel and so on, to make sure that we're taking those into account. And I've said to Councillor Donathorne, because he's obviously raised this as well, that this will be something the committee will no doubt want to look at as we go through the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Yelland, followed by Councillor Laborde.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Councillor Dwelly. So firstly, I thank the Cabinet Member for the additional information provided after I last raised the General Wolf issue, and for since acknowledging that the decision to purchase the building, which he himself described as a really stupid thing to do, was not in fact made by the recent Conservative administration, but was in fact the previous Liberal Democrat and Independent administration. So I thank him for that. Now, residents are being asked to accept a 4.99% council tax rise because the council says finances are stretched to breaking point. Yet the case of the former General Wolf building is a perfect example of why so many residents no longer trust the council's financial governance. The council paid £1 million for the site in 2020, despite a pre-acquisition survey warning of major defects, escalating risks, and explicitly advising the council to review the entire purchase strategy before proceeding. Within a year, refurbishment costs had risen, the project became unviable, and ultimately it's now a 75% loss to Cornish taxpayers with regards to the money that was spent. What troubles me even further is that one document that should clarify who approved the purchase, the formal decision notice...
Can we get to a question, please?
Yeah, still appears to be missing. I've submitted freedom of information requests, as have others, a couple of which have now gone overdue. Given all of this, how can the council credibly ask residents to pay more tax when it cannot demonstrate that a £1 million acquisition was properly authorised, scrutinised or even documented? And when such a purchase went against clear expert warnings, are we looking at simple negligence or something else?
Thank you. Councillor Dwelly.
Yeah, well, I continue to think it was a stupid idea, whichever administration did it. And I need to say sorry to Martin Alvey because I actually believed the report in Cornwall Live that was saying it was a different date. There you go, should have done more research. However, I think what was happening at the time, and this was true of other things, for example, the Conservatives, I believe I've got this right, were buying all those pods up that never got used for the homeless. So, you know, mistakes can be made and waste does happen in a larger authority. So sorry, not complete free pass. I think sometimes rapidly doing things that sound like a good idea at the time without the due diligence isn't sensible. So I do agree with that. But I certainly don't think that we then go into a position where you'd say the whole of the trust in the whole of any local government services of this council or the council tax rise going up is somehow massively blown to pieces by one mistake of an unfortunate purchase of a very old building. And of course, the other thing you will be well aware of is that construction costs have risen massively in Cornwall, more than most places, and many projects we've all seen in our communities, which we thought would cost X, are now costing Y. And that in itself has actually caused quite a lot of damage to things like Town Deal programme, because that money didn't go up when the buildings that people put forward for renovation sector all across the towns that had that money, you get to do less with the same money, because we saw this in the loss of Midas going bust, for example, leaving us without an interesting market and choice of builders. We have a major problem in Cornwall, which is that we're a long way away from other parts of the economy, and we don't, unfortunately, have good prices for construction. I wonder whether, in another part of the country, that General Wolf building might have been more savable.
Well, thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you, Chair. The main point I was trying to get at is with regards to the financial governance and the decision notice that appears to have gone missing. So what I was really hoping for is if I can get a commitment to locate the decision notice, or at least get an explanation as to why that doesn't appear to be forthcoming.
Well, I would be surprised if you weren't going to be told which cabinet member, if it was one at the time, it certainly wasn't me, was signing off that decision. But I believe it was part of Corserve, from memory, were tasked with finding properties to try to house homeless people. And I think that that decision would have been made within that process. So it may not be, one of the reasons you might not be getting a very clear answer is because it may have been sourced out to Corserve to do that work.
Thank you. Councillor Laborde, followed by Councillor Thomas and Kenyon.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question, not as noble as those that have preceded it, is for Councillor Lebroy. Cornwall Housing has removed litter and dog waste bins from its housing estates across Cornwall. Residents, especially in my patch, have complained vociferously. What savings were made in what appears to be a penny-pinching exercise, which has negatively impacted Cornwall Council's reputation and some very tired Cornwall councillors?
Thank you. Councillor Lebroy.
The provision of dog bins by Cornwall Housing Limited is a non-statutory activity. I'm sure you will have heard that argument before. I'm sure I probably would have given it to you. And the simple fact of the matter is that Cornwall Housing Limited has been struggling to balance its books, and it feels that it needs, or needed to, at the time the decision was taken, to put all the money possible that it could into the properties. And the non-statutory obligations that it didn't have to do might just have to take a back seat for a moment. I would also remind you that on some of those estates, the wider estates, a lot of them are way more in private ownership than in public ownership. So I accept absolutely what you're saying. I do think there is an argument that dog owners could perhaps take their dog waste home. I mean, I certainly have done when I've been a dog owner and there hasn't been a dog bin handy. But it's a matter which perhaps we should take up with our outdoors and environment team to make provision where there isn't as such in a slightly different way.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
I certainly do. I just want to make it clear that what was removed was dog and litter waste bins, the black ones. It wasn't just dog waste. So in my particular patch, we now have a litter issue outside the shops, okay? And that is affecting the environment. So this is my supplementary. At the same time as removing these bins, Cornwall Housing has embarked on, I believe, a visible difference campaign to spray weeds on its estates. So these are my questions to you, because that's not a statutory duty either. What are the costs of the campaign to spray weeds? And is weed removal more important than the provision of waste bins? And lastly, and most importantly, in consideration of the nature recovery strategy, which we have all endorsed, are you spraying glyphosate in our housing estates?
Can I just say, we were doing quite well up to recently, and now we've got, was that 3 or 4 questions in a supplementary that are barely connected? But go on, Councillor, if we can just bear that in mind going forward. Councillor Lebroy.
Yeah, they were litter bins as well as dog bins.
The litter bin as well as dog bins. So my response to you would be, if we're just picking up the first one in your list, that we can have a conversation with anybody that feels that there is a litter bin issue or a litter issue, and take it through my cabinet colleague, Lurk Rich, who's responsible for the environment, and consider provision of further bins.
Thank you. Councillor Thomas and Kenyon, followed by Councillor Lyne.
Thank you, Chairman. This is to Councillor Lee Frost. My question is this. What assurance can the portfolio holder provide that Cornwall Council's complaints and standards process be properly distinguished between misconduct and the lawful expression of a protected belief, which are subject to regular legal oversight to ensure compliance with the equality and human rights of law? Thank you.
As I said to Councillor Tudor, it is not my function. Standards is a function of a discharge from full council. So this is why, as is with licensing, they report to full council for a full council vote. I, as portfolio holder, don't follow what goes on at standards, code of conducts, any more than any other group leader here when we get the monthly updates on how many code of conducts there are. So I do not manage that process directly in any way, shape or form. It is a function of full council that is discharged to the standards committee, and that process is seen through there.
Thank you. Do you have a supplement?
Thank you.
No? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Lyne, followed by Councillor Trevelyan.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for Councillor Rogerson. Liberal Democrat MP Lee Dillon has introduced the Road Traffic Horse and Rider Safety Bill, pushing for stronger protections for horses and riders on UK roads. The bill proposes to set clear rules on the speed and distance required when passing horses in vehicles, ensure equestrian safety is included in driving theory tests.
Question, please.
Yeah, here it comes. And is part of a broader campaign to keep the issue of horse and rider road safety on the agenda. Will Cornwall Council support this by actively engaging with the Pass Wide and Slow campaign, which aims to educate drivers on changes to the Highway Code and promote understanding of how to ensure the safety of this vulnerable group?
Through you, Chair, I'm very happy to hear more about that. Perhaps we'll take that up via email after this. I can have all the contacts and we can pursue that and see what we've done. We want to make sure that Cornwall's roads are safe for all road users, whether it's active travel, riders, drivers, motorbike riders, everybody. It's a lot of work to do, but that's an important group of people we should be thinking of.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary there?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Trevelyan, followed by Councillor Mustoe.
Yeah, hello. This is for Councillor Rogerson. It is a well-known fact among many that the quality of work by Cormac has a lot to be desired, especially the pothole issues. With many members of the public taking photos and videos of their work, and it's going viral. In the good old days, experienced inspectors of works would sign off work. Could this arrangement be brought back or enforced to ensure work is done speedily and to a good standard, which at the moment is sadly not the case? We cannot continue to blame it on the rain, and so could you please assure us that this standard will be improved?
Thank you, Councillor Trevelyan, and you've raised a number of issues with me recently, some of which now you're here today, I might try and collar you to discuss afterwards. But work is inspected. We are, as I said by my update that I sent to all members yesterday, and I'll be doing it every fortnight, we've got a huge number of defects at the moment, and it is because of that incredibly wet period of weather that we've had. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be seeing, as Councillor Long was saying, progress towards a more proactive way of doing things, ensuring we have the investment and ensuring we get value for money. That's very much what I want to see. I know it's what all members want to see. So the first part of this process is getting ahead of the 500 or so that are being reported a day at the moment, getting ahead of that backlog, and then absolutely moving towards that more proactive way of doing things. But I'm happy to get some more detailed information about the inspections that are carried out. And I think it's fair to say that some of the repairs, by their very nature, happening still during continuing wet weather, and because they're up against it, some of those repairs have not been of the standard that we would want to see. You know, we need to get ahead of that problem and then get back to having a better quality of work, which is why our roads were rated green in the government's recent assessment in terms of road quality, and that's what we want to continue with.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. With many photos and videos showing these potholes, and they're definitely shoddy, with not only because of the rain, things done like they're not sealed, and they're not fundamentally not done right. It's coming from someone who actually fills the potholes in his own private lane, and I do it to the book, you know, with seals, and they're still there from 5 years ago. And this is with temporary tarmac, not even the proper stuff. So even though that...
Time.
Yep, that's it.
Councillor Trevelyan's right. I've seen some of these repairs be up again within a couple of weeks myself in recent weeks as we go around, and I'm getting videos from people. I had a recent one from the leader pointing stuff out to me. So all that information comes in, and I'm having weekly meetings with Cormac where we go through all of these, and I would just encourage members to continue reporting them and members of the public to do that. And I will be reporting on a fortnightly basis every other Monday as to where we are with that backlog and dealing with it, so we can get back to what we want to see.
Thank you. Councillor Mustoe, then Councillor Pete Mitchell again.
Thank you, Chair. And I would just like to add my voice to those criticising potholes in other parts of the country. I was up at the Lake District a couple of weeks ago. It was more like a swimming pool than a pothole up there, crikey. This is a question for Councillor Preece. I just wondered, Councillor Preece, if you could provide an update on the number of applications that we're getting from the latest round of the SIL Fund, and when those are likely to, what the deadlines are and all the rest of it, please. Thank you.
Maras, I don't have an update on those numbers, actually. Excuse me. The deadline is the 17th, as you know. So I imagine I'll be in a briefing very soon on that, but I haven't had those numbers given to me at this point. I'm so sorry, but I can provide them for you outside of this meeting.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, and I look forward to welcoming Councillor Priest to Mevagissi on the 24th of March to talk about our SIL bids and how that connects to our devolution aspirations. Cheers.
Thank you. Right, Councillor German, Councillor Jenkins, and then Councillor Mitchell wants a second go, but Councillor German first.
Miraz Cador, thank you very much, Chair. Following on from Councillor Creek's very constructive comments on the budget about the challenge around the climate emergency, can a Cabinet member, I'm sure it's cross-cutting, but can a Cabinet member give some assurance about how we're cracking on to deploy more renewables? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, absolutely. With regards to renewables, I mean, some comments were made about solar earlier on in this meeting today. Actually, I think one really good thing that we've done is the canopy outside of this building. It would be really good to see something like that at one of the park and rides, because obviously we've got an issue with grid capacity, and the signs are in Cornwall. We probably would need to, if we're going to generate electricity from photovoltaics, then you'd want that energy to go straight into something, because it would have challenges getting it onto the national grid. Obviously, you've got the park and ride, you've got stuff that it needs electricity, basically, the shops and things. And also, I mean, one of our approaches to renewable energy is to lead to the climate crisis, to lead by example. So I'm hoping to be able to engage with some of the other organisations in Cornwall, like private sector. If you think of like supermarkets, for example, they have huge car parks. Why can't they do what we've done here, there? So through like the leadership board and all of our other sort of networks, I'm hoping to have those kinds of conversations going forward.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary there?
Thank you. Will Councillor Rich meet with me to discuss the deployment of a wind turbine in Tregony at Barwick Farm on the Cornwall Council Farms estate? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Miraz Kaderia, Hemi Govin Ragag and Luya. This is a question for the leader, I think. Nessa Sathan, you Golperin, you and Daith Kennethlek Rag Kerno. So next week is the Festival of Perrin, and we have our National Day, St Piran's Day, on the 5th of March. Pragnelani Leverol a fydd deigl rag an consul and jithna ha mates and deigl rag an tisol a drol Kerno. Why can't we as a council declare it as a national holiday on the 5th of March for the council and council workers to be able to celebrate St Piran's Day, and perhaps other people would follow that. I know various parish councils and town councils have done that in the past, but obviously too late for this year, but is it something he could consider for future years? And also, can we not put main meetings on that day? Exactly.
So, thank you. I work most bank holidays, so I don't see why anyone else should not be working on a bank holiday. Just to be Scrooge. However, I think it is a valid point. On St Piran's Day next week, I will be in Bodmin in the parade and celebrating with everyone else in the town. And I hope, I'd imagine that all of you members will be doing the same things in your communities, because we should be proud of our heritage and our identity and our culture, and it is the perfect day to celebrate that. Whether we could make it a national holiday, I'll have a look into it, because I like the idea, if I'm honest. I'm enamoured, and I can feel the chief exec boring the back of my head there, but I think maybe it's something we can investigate.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you for that. I think there's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't have it as a holiday for the council and councillors. If not the whole of Cornwall, it should be a holiday for the whole of Cornwall. We are a nation. This is our national holiday. However, can we at least in future years block it out on the calendar so councillors are not required to go to meetings on the day when they are also supposed to be walking down parades in Bodmin, etc., etc., because it isn't very helpful.
Yes, sorry, I didn't pick that up. Yeah, absolutely happy to look into that, into the scheduling. However, you can call a substitute, and I believe there are plenty of English people here that might want to substitute for any member that wishes to celebrate St. Piran's Day.
Unfortunately, not in my group.
Thank you. Right, I've come to the end of my list, and don't think that by speaking Cornish you can get away with not asking a question. I can tell. I've come to the end of my list, so I'm going round again with Mr. Mitchell, Pete Mitchell, and Donathorne. Pete Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll get your pint in later. It's a question either for Councillor LeBroy or Councillor Dwelly. We've got a council house in St Agnes that I was alerted to that's been empty for some time. And our officers went...
sounding a bit parochial, Mr. Mitchell.
Sorry?
It sounded like a parochial question.
Oh, is it? Can't you mention... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's all right. And our officers went...
No, it isn't.
It isn't.
Don't ask him. He doesn't know. It is parochial.
Well, I can't mention St Agnes.
I'm not going to let you ask it. You can ask him in a minute when you're in the pub. Councillor
one house. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, any house that is empty for some time, and our officers go and they say it'll cost more than 50,000 to do it up. I just wonder. I mean, with the amount it costs to keep people.
Sorry, we're not doing parochial questions, so you can't ask it. I don't know how much clearer you want me to be. You can't ask that question. We're moving on to Councillor Donathorne. You can talk to Councillor LeBroy in a minute when we're finished. Councillor Donathorne, please.
Thank you. It was so when Kevin's mum left the chamber, she just hopefully it's okay. But it's a nice way to end. Kevin's mum asked me to pass on her thanks to you, to the leader, to everyone else who gave tributes for Kevin as she left. She asked me to make that point, and I said I'd make it at the end of the meeting. So she just wanted to say thank you to everyone for such kind words about Kevin.
Thank you very much. And thank you, members, for the way you spoke at that earlier stage. It's still quite shocking, isn't it? And that takes us to the end. Thank you very much. If Councillor LeBroy would like to go over and have a chat with Councillor Mitchell, that would be really nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good night.